please come to order? For those of you that were a little bit late in arriving, you missed a real treat. While we were waiting for quorum to arrive, we played to the audience, those people present, a speech by Mr. Owen Cooper, President of the Mississippi Economic Council, better known as the State Chamber of Commerce. For those of you that don't know Mr. Cooper, he owns several plants in the state, Coastal Chemical in Pascagoula, and another plant in Yazoo City. And I mentioned to the delegates present before we started to play in the speech about some of Mr. Cooper's recent activities. The fact that he has just recently joined with several Negro leaders in the state, putting together an organization known as MAP to take over the functions of another OEO program known as CDGM. And I spent hours and hours on this one the last few weeks trying to head off a few things I knew were in the making. It all gets down to one thing, friends, one simple fact. The business community in this state, led by Owen Cooper, is now making its move to make peace with the Negro community at the expense of the trade union movement, and make no mistake about it. The Chemical Workers Union just recently attempted to organize his plant in Pascagoula, Mississippi, and the speech that you just heard was put on a record. A record was cut and mailed to every employee in that plant in that campaign last May. Now, when this controversy began to develop and became apparent to me as to what was taking place in the state of Mississippi, I was asked to come to Washington and appear before a committee up there. And Tom Knight, myself, got the tape recorder down and went over to his house and took that record and transposed it onto that tape. And I carried 2 copies of that record with me to Washington, because I want our friends up there to know what's going on. Now, there's a lot of implications in this situation, but I'm not confused about it, and it's about time that our membership began to realize what's going on. I've been trying to advise them for some time that the business community in Mississippi was rapidly moving in this direction, that they're going to resolve the racial conflict, but they're going to continue to fight the trade union movement in this state to the bitter end because of the economics involved. These people don't give a tinker's damn, if you'll pardon the expression, about the color of anybody's skin. They're looking for the person that'll work for the cheapest wage. And we've got to get this message across to our membership some kind of a way. If we don't, then we're in for a real hard time in this state. Well, this was not on the program. We just thought you'd be interested in it. They lost the election, and I understand that they've got objections filed. I wish Hubert was here. I looked around to see if he was here. I'm not too sure exactly what the status is right now. But one of the things that they filed objections on, of course, was this record mailed into the homes of the members. Now, he talks about the labor bosses and their fat salaries and the expense accounts and the labor, bosses, all this stuff, but he don't mention anything about Owen Cooper's salary, I noticed, as you noticed, and what kind of expenses he got as head of this corporation. Of course, that's to be expected. Well, the organizing staff, I guess, is ready to continue with the discussion on the question of coordination, right? Who's going to lead it off now? Lige? Brother Williams?
Well, I don't know whether we should apologize. Was we late?
Yes, you were.
Well, that was Al's fault. We had him up there eating, and he just didn't get there early, and he couldn't get through, so we had to let him eat, so I had trouble. Anyway, I guess we got all night. Well, I tell you, we have a little work that I think we should start right now, and I don't know how long it's going to take, but I am very much concerned with what we are going to accomplish in this program that we're working on. These things you hear here, playing when I come in from this employer, I don't know how it kind of makes you feel like you ought to get a hold of that guy. About time the people of Mississippi, these working people of ours, begin to do the things we're doing here tonight. Without we can organize the unorganized workers in this state, and without they can realize what their job is, lots of ways of going about it, but you can't do much about it to get the people in the organization to where they can work together. Our job is organization. We've told you before, and we mean it. We're sincere. We're ready to come in and do what we can to help. Now, after going over this thing for some months, we've talked about it, and I think I am thoroughly sold on the idea that we are on the right track. The discussion here all day today, last night, is something that I think is needed in the state, and I hope something will come from that. To make the way a little bit easier, we hope to get into these places and do the job we have to do. So without any further remarks from me, I want to present Assistant Director Starnes, who will explain what our agenda is here for tonight. Brother Starnes, will you come up? Where's your map?
Director Williams, before I talk about the survey that we referred to earlier, there are a couple of things I'd like to say about the record which was played here a minute ago, and about our friend who so gratuitously made the remarks he did. He referred in his recorded speech, which was sent to each one of his employees, to an election which a union lost in his plant in Pascagoula 5 years ago. That's true. I might add that a little over 5 years ago, when that election was held, that company employed the attorneys Coleman and Lang. I think I need say no more. That indicates the kind of thinking in the mind of Mr. Cooper. That I was involved in that campaign deeply. That campaign was a win. The union involved there had it in their pocket until the night before the election. The night before the election, the company had a dinner. Each employee was invited, and each employee's spouse was invited. And before the dinner was held, foreman went through the plant inquiring of each employee, "Are you and your wife coming to the dinner Thursday night or Friday night or whenever it was?" Ostensibly, that was for the purpose of gathering the number of people who would be present, so the caterer would know how many dinners to prepare. But obviously, it was a subtle way of putting pressure on an employee, because it was done over and over and over to those who didn't give an immediate reply. And at the dinner, in addition to the talks which were made by Mr. Cooper and others, for the first time, I think, in the state of Mississippi, and perhaps in this region, so far as I know it was the first time, we encountered that infamous film, And Women Must Weep. That was the first time. We've had union meetings under surveillance. I might say that that company meeting that night was under surveillance. And I saw women coming out of that place crying because of this supposed incident where this poor little bitty baby was shot in the head with a rifle, but didn't die. That's Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper, incidentally, has constructed a new plant quite recently. He's a great and stalwart supporter of industry in Mississippi. When he can hire those industry workers for little or nothing. But on this occasion, when it became expedient to construct a new plant, did he locate the new plant in Mississippi? Not by a long shot. Lige, it's over in Louisiana.
We'll get him soon.
And I'll give you the location of it as soon as I can get to the office and dig it out of the file. And I hope you hit him with all 4 feet.
Sleep on that.
Now, another little footnote about this gentleman. Present in this room now is a representative of an international union who some 15 years ago approximately, 20 years ago he was on my staff in the old CIO. He engaged in an organizing effort in a plant here in Jackson. And of course, around the plant gates, company officials saw him. Later, the man who was personnel director at the plant here in Jackson was employed in Yazoo City as personnel director. And later, due to economic reasons, this young man, unfortunately, was let go. And he sought employment in private industry and found employment at the Mississippi Chemical Company in Yazoo City, Mississippi. And there he worked. In course of time, the company thought well enough of him to send him at company expense to a school in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, where he was taught the intricacies of manufacturing fertilizer. I don't know whether that was necessary or not. I think Mr. Cooper could have told him enough by himself. But at any rate, while he was in school, the man who had been industrial relations manager of the plant here in Jackson was employed in Yazoo City in the same capacity, as I said. And when this young man came back from school and started in to earn his livelihood again in the plant, this personnel man saw him and recognized him. He broke both legs and an ankle getting to Mr. Cooper to tell him, that guy's a CIO fellow. They didn't even let him go into his locker to get his clothes out. That's how fast they got rid of him. And he's in this room tonight, and if I haven't told the truth, I want him to get up and say so. That's our great leading industrialist, our great leading citizen of the state of Mississippi, who then and even now is still doing his best to cut the throat of people who work in this state. Those things occurred to me as the record was being played and as Claude made his remarks, and I thought you might have an interest in some of the past history of that company and of that so-called industrialist. And some of the things that have happened here tonight, tonight, the record, etc., make me think of a little story, and I hope that the story will have some fruit and some truthfulness in it one of these days. Up in the Delta, right close to Mr. Eastland's plantation, another plantation owner owned a monkey. And one day the monkey got out and got over in his cotton field in the fall, and amazingly and queer to relate, began to pick cotton just like an old professional. Well, that gave this plantation owner an idea. Dadgum, he said, if that monkey can pick cotton, why can't I import a whole mess of monkeys and get my cotton picked for little or nothing? So he went down to the bank, and he told the bankers what he had in mind. I want to import a whole carload of monkeys, and I'll get my cotton picked for nothing. So the bankers said, well, now that's unusual to lend money for something like that. And he told them how much money he wanted to borrow. And they said, well, no, we just can't give you an answer right now. We're going to have to wait and have a meeting of the board of directors. And we'll let you know in a week or two. We've never had a request like that for a loan like that for monkeys. Monkeys to pick cotton. So the time came and passed for the board of directors to meet, and he didn't get any call from the bank. He didn't know what to do, so he gave him another week, and finally he went down to the bank president. He says, what about my loan? My loan to buy these monkeys and ship them in here to pick cotton. The president says, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to tell you. The board of directors turned you down. He said, why? It's a good idea. I can get my cotton picked for little or nothing. Yes, but said the board of directors decided if we lent you that money and you broke those monkeys in here, the damn AFL-CIO would come along and organize them. He didn't get his loan right, so he didn't get his monkeys. Which was sent out, which was a letter of transmittal with the survey form. And I'd like to read to you a couple of paragraphs from this letter, so you will see exactly when we talk a little bit later on about the survey. See exactly what was requested, and then we'll talk about the survey form itself. After addressed to the presidents of the international unions to which the letters were sent, enclosed is a survey form. Will you please have the proper person in your organization list thereon up to 8 or 10 companies your union is interested in organizing. Please have these listed in order of importance or priority in organization to your union. In other words, the first company listed would be the one your union has the most interest in seeing organized. Will you please see that this form is returned to the writer by September 12, so that the information received can be compiled into a working semblance. Now, like this, in putting this information into some semblance of working order, we tried to break it down by industrial classifications, numbers of targets, the number of employees involved. And you might be interested in knowing, for example, in the industrial classification of electrical machinery, there were 16 plants or 16 targets named by international unions, involving 6,055 employees. In furniture, 21 plants or targets were named, involving 5,020 employees. In apparel, 13 plants were named, involving 4,275 people. In textile and hosiery, 6 plants were named, involving 3,850. In machinery, 5 plants, 2,690 employees. In brick, clay, and tile, and that includes some cement pipe, cement culvert plants. 20 different plants were named, involving 1,985 employees. In fabricated metal, 7 plants, 1,790 employees. In lumber and wood, 6 plants named, 1,750 employees. In paper and paper products, 7 plants, 1,710 employees. In food and allied products, 15 plants, 1,600 employees. In transportation equipment, 5 plants, 1,585 employees. Rubber and plastics, 8 plants, 1,375 employees. In leather, which includes shoes, 4 plants, 1,350. In government, 1 government operation involving 1,000 people. In transportation, public utilities, 7 and maybe 8, it's a question now, involving 195 employees. And that pretty well is a breakdown by industrial classifications, by the number of targets or the number of plants, and shows the number of employees involved. Those are things you might have an interest in. Those are things certainly have had an interest to us. Now, I referred this afternoon to the 2 areas in the state which seemed to embrace the number of people and the number of plants that we've described heretofore. I'll stay here on the mic. On that far upper corner, which is the northeast section of the state, it includes, as I said, such towns as Tupelo, Columbus, Okolona, Corinth, Pontotoc, New Albany. You can see about the area. The area there is Highway 82 on the south and Highway, I believe, 15 on the west. Now, for the Jackson area, those 3 circles there represent the inner circle 50 miles from Jackson, the center circle 75 miles from Jackson, and the outer circle 100 miles from Jackson. And you can see the area embraced, and the red markings on there show the towns and or plants. Now, those markings don't include some new plants which are under construction and which will be in operation sometime the coming year. But that gives you an idea of what we're talking about, the areas we're talking about, the places we're talking about. And we hope that will have some interest for you, and we hope soon we can get this show on the road. Now, Lige, I'm going to turn it back to you for a while. And yeah, any questions about any of this? Any questions about the figures here? Any questions about the survey form? Macomb is in the 100-mile area. Now, we did not include plants which we know are in existence and we know are in operation, which were not sent in on a survey form, because it would appear that the international unions involved were not too interested in a plant which they did not mention. Now, if an organizing effort gets underway in an area and is having some modicum of success, it probably is going to slop over and get wet some of the plants that were not mentioned. And they probably will be involved in this thing before we get through with it. We certainly hope so. Any more questions?
I would just like to say this, Jeff Beeler, Regional Director of Metal Workers. I want to first admit that we haven't done any research in Mississippi. Minor National Union would be glad if, especially metal fabrication, plastic sign, you'd furnish this union a list of what you have. But the fact of the matter, I didn't have any instructions to do a survey here in Mississippi. But since we don't have, if you will furnish us the list, we have one project place we're working on, which the attorney talked to you about this morning, Dick McQuay, up in Grenada, Mississippi. But we would like to take a look at these, if it's all possible, between now and tomorrow when the meeting's over. And I want to make this clear. The lawyer, I think, might have led some of you all to believe that we're afraid of a fight. Please do not believe that. We're not afraid of a fight. We're organized in the South, and we're damn sure not afraid of Mississippi.
Tell you what I'll do, I have an industrial directory of the state in the briefcase. I'll hand it to you right now and you can begin to go through it if you want to. All right, either way. He has the same thing that I have. Now, for the information, of the brother from the Sheet Metal Workers and anybody else, if you've not made a survey sheet, if you want to make one, if you're interested, you don't have to, the door isn't shut, and you don't have to do it tonight or tomorrow. You can get it in the next week or two or three. And it'll still go in the pot just like all of the rest of them. Bill, would you tell the brother what I'm saying? You don't have to finish this thing tonight or tomorrow. You can reflect on it, you can study on it, and if you want to mail it in a week or two, be all right. It'll be put in the pot.
Fine, thank you very much. I've been in similar seminars to this one. We had one over in Georgia, and I think one out of Fort Worth. We tried to lay it out on a line with a mimeograph sheet of all the priority points and then argue it out. We've done quite a bit organized, especially in Georgia. And I'm just sorry that we haven't done any research in Mississippi. We should say that the man's earned any of the time. That's the reason. But I want to assure everybody here that we're with you. And I say this again, metal workers, we don't mind the fight at all. We don't care.
Well, I'll say this for all of us concerned. We're dadgum glad to see you here. We want to see some more of you. Brother Clark.
Please, emphasize on these plans and things, help them give us a little information and set them back down on them so we get out of here.
We expect to come into the various Central Labor Council areas before anything really gets going and ask each Central Labor Council to set up an organizing committee. And you'll be apprised of what's going on, and we want you and your committee to be working with us. Yes, sir?
Where would we get that?
You get it from the Mississippi Research and Development Committee. It's on Lakeland Avenue, if that means anything to you. I can tell you how to get to it. It costs $5.
We got one in the office.
If you want to come to the office and take a look at the one we have there, it's all right. Save you $5. Any more questions? Brother Pounders.
Union, order that book in the name of the union, you cannot, can you?
Yes, you can.
You can order it in the name of the union?
Yes.
I was told at one time you couldn't get ordered anything.
I don't think they're particularly interested in anything but $5. That's the impression I've gotten from them.
I've ordered them by mail and put the name of my union right on there, and they send it right back by return.
And I have ordered them for people on the phone, and they've sent them out and sent a bill with it. So they don't seem to be too concerned about getting the $5 in hand. I might explain the $5. It's $5 if you don't have an old one. And a binder for it to go into. If you have a binder, the inside costs you $4.
Bob, you don't tell them the address, you can order it if they want to order it through the mail.
The address has been changed, Bill.
Still that post office box drawer. That's the bottom.
Oh. All right, I have a post office box drawer around here. If anybody wants to write it down. Post office drawer 2470, Jackson, Mississippi. And the zip code is 39205. The name of the bureau putting it out is the Mississippi Industrial and Technological DTECH would get it, Technological Research Commission. He forgot I was looking at it and I could have spelled it for him.
Often put them out for
Every year.
our complete audit,
Supposedly every year. They're usually about a year behind.
our complete audit.
About a year behind.
I mean, the information is the same.
Oh, well, it's pretty complete.
thing you
For
want.
example, on a plant, I'll just pick one out of here. The town, the number of inhabitants in the town, and the county it's in. Now we'll pick Dura Crates of Mississippi Incorporated. The number of employees, 140. Post Office Box 278. W.H. Owen, Vice President. Harry Richardson, Plant Superintendent. Wood pleated corrugated boxes. Wood bases for appliances. Wooden boxes. Home Office, Indianapolis, Indiana. Now, some places don't show a home office, and the presumption is when they don't show a home office, the town here is the home. That doesn't always hold, but that's what it's supposed to be. Now, it's fairly accurate. However, there are some companies who do not return the inquiries sent to them, so they aren't listed. And there are some companies who do not give an accurate count of their employees. But those companies are greatly in the minority. Largely, this is a pretty accurate thing. Now, you take a figure of 140, as was shown there. That's total employment. And when you figure your union unit, you have to allow for the fact that there are supervisors, there are foremen, there are office people, and the plant superintendent, and so on, and you reduce that 140 accordingly. Any further questions? All right, back to Brother Williams.
think it's appropriate that we say now that this is an informal affair. And we certainly hope that everybody who wishes to get up and say something or ask questions don't feel at all backward about it, because this is the way we want this thing to work. Now, at this time, I want to call on Brother Al Kistler from my office in Washington for a little more detailed discussion on what the phase of our program is from here on.
Always putting these mics too high.
Grow up, boy.
Well, my legs still reach the ground, Lord, all the way down. I guess we ought to examine the question, just what is a cooperative organizing program? What does it mean? What does it propose to do? What does it not mean? And what does it not purport to do? First of all, it does not mean that you can forget about organizing, that somebody else is going to do it for you, because that isn't the way it works. You can't be like my kids, who very often ask, hey Dad, how about helping me with this one problem? Schoolwork, you know. And then a telephone call comes, and the first thing you know, I'm alone. No kids around. Well, the cooperative organizing program doesn't work on that basis. You still got to be there, because basically the organizing responsibility still is yours. But what it does mean is that the likelihood of your having to engage in rivalry for that group of workers is diminished considerably. And not only that, but quite the contrary, you can look forward to being able to receive concerted assistance from the other unions that are participating in the cooperative program. It does not mean that you are surrendering any jurisdiction. Cooperative organizing programs under AFL-CIO sponsorship have nothing to do with jurisdiction. It is a program which simply is designed to get the maximum possible benefit for each participating union that can come from the pooling of the available resources of all the participants. The extent of the benefit depends on the extent of the cooperation, and the extent of the cooperation depends pretty much on you. Now, I guess we could talk at some length about the program, the description of the program. What it will be like in Mississippi is going to depend a great deal on you. It's going to be a Mississippi cooperative organizing program. Will take on the form and the character that you want it to, and will differ because of that from the other co-op programs in other areas of the country. I thought it might be of some interest to you to hear a first-hand report from one of our own staff men who spent 9 months on the Los Angeles organizing cooperative program. Not to give you a description of the Los Angeles program, but rather to give you some first-hand observations about the type of benefit that can flow from this type of program. So at this point, I'd like L.G. Morgan of the Region 7 AFL-CIO staff to take over and tell us a little bit about his experiences with the L.A. Orange County organizing program.
Thank you, Alan. I didn't know I was taller than you are, but this mic, I had to raise it about a half an inch.
Everybody is taller than
I know that all of you who work in the organizing field here in Mississippi probably feel awful lonely sometimes, and you probably think that other people in the other states all over the United States never gives much thought to your problems down here. But when I went to California and worked on that campaign out there for 9 months, I guess I worked with organizers from almost every state in the union. There was lots of, I forget how many international unions were represented in that campaign, but there were lots of organizers in and out, and practically all of them at one time or the other, when they found out that I came from the Louisiana and Mississippi area, they had questions more about Mississippi than about Louisiana. And they praised very highly the courage of the people who can stay down here in Mississippi, continue year after year, making efforts to organize and winning lots of elections in some cases and getting very few contracts, but you still have the courage to stay here. So I just want to pass that on to you, that these people all over the United States are interested in what's happening in Mississippi as far as organizing is concerned, and I think they'll be very glad to read in some of the publications the fact that you're going to start a cooperative program here. As far as for myself, I live in Louisiana, but when I was in California, since they were so interested in Mississippi, I didn't tell them that I very seldom worked in Mississippi. I kind of wanted to let them think that I was one of these brave souls that bucked the Ku Klux Klan and everything else too. But over in Louisiana, our director, Williams, every now and then, you know, we kind of get to feeling our oats and we get out of line a little bit. And the way he whips us back in line is to threaten us to send us to Mississippi. And he usually don't say just Mississippi, he says northeast Mississippi. And I notice that's one of the areas that you have marked off on this map. So I think that for the next few months, I'm going to be a good boy over in Louisiana and work hard, and hope he'll leave me over there and not treat me too bad and send me over here in this wild country. No, seriously, I would be glad to come over here and work some, but I'm not going to volunteer for it. As far as for your cooperative program is concerned over here, don't think that because all of you get together, even if you all agree on every point, all the way down the line, don't think that you're going to come in here and you're going to win every election. Even in California, as good as the climate was out there for organizing, no interference from any politicians, no interference from anybody. The only people we had to fight in California was the company and the National Labor Relations Board. And you might think that out there where labor is so strong that you wouldn't have any problems with the labor board. During the 9 months that I stayed there, we was constantly trying to build a case up to get rid of that district director from the National Labor Relations Board. I believe his name was Kennedy, wasn't it, Al? Kennedy was his name. It's a shame the man with a name like that couldn't be a little more pro-labor, but he wasn't. And we built a very good case against that man, but as far as I know, he's still there. And it's almost impossible to get rid of one of those people, get them out of the office, as several of the attorneys have told you here. I know from first-hand evidence that there we had some good cases against him, and he's still in the office as far as I know. Some of the things that you can expect to gain by cooperating with each other, I can give you a couple of examples from California. One of the most heartening things that happened to me while I was there was a big plant the rubber workers had, Mattel Toy Company. They manufacture all these toys, and one you see advertised on TV, Mattel Toy. 3,200 employees in this plant. Rubber workers had a contract with them for several years, and they was up negotiating a contract again. The company was stalling on negotiations, and rubber workers never had any trouble selling the contracts with them before, and they couldn't understand why they were stalling. So then suddenly they found out the Teamsters was involved in the thing. So before we even hardly knew what was happening, we woke up one morning, practically all of the negotiating committee for the rubber workers, most of the officers, quite all of the key people in the union was suddenly on the side of the Teamsters. We didn't realize that the Teamsters was that strong in this plant. We knew they were there. Wasn't even worried about them. Matter of fact, we haven't even given them a second thought. But when we found that all of our union officers, not all of them, but the majority of them, all of our union officers and our key people were suddenly on the Teamsters side, well, we realized then that the Teamsters had just came in there and absolutely bought these people off. And when we did a little survey among our own union members, we found out that rubber workers was just fixing to lose these 3,200 people to the Teamsters. The international president of the rubber workers told us that he just didn't see how that he could possibly salvage it. He thought it had gone that far. But what happened there was the most heartening thing that has happened to me during my career in the labor movement. We had 37 different international unions came in and helped us pull this plant out of the fire, out of the hands of the Teamsters, and back into the hands of the rubber workers. We finally got it to an election. It wasn't hard to get it to an election because the Teamsters thought they had it won, and of course the company was ready to play footsie with the Teamsters, so they was anxious to get the election too. As a matter of fact, they was encouraging people to vote for one of the unions. They wouldn't say which one, and consequently the company only got about 10 votes, I believe, out of 3,200. But the Teamsters thought they had things well in hand. But as a result of all of these international representatives coming out and helping us, day after day, they would show up every day at noon. We was at the gates. The people would all come out to the gates to talk to us at noon. Teamsters representatives would be there. We would all be there from the AFL-CIO and the organizing committee in Los Angeles. Oh, there must have been 100 and sometimes as many as 150 union organizers outside this plant gate. And there would be as many as 1,000 at times employees outside this plant gate during the lunch period now. And we would get a real good debate going. The Teamsters would have their little group over on this side, talking to them, going through their contract. And we would crowd in. The Teamsters didn't have nearly as many people as we did, so we were real brave. We had plenty of people. We wasn't afraid of them. They had some tough ones, some tough-looking ones, but they didn't have enough numbers, so we wasn't too afraid of our health out there. But we'd crowd right in with the Teamsters group, and we'd start pointing out all the bad things in the Teamsters Constitution. And all of these international representatives was just joining right with us, and that's what pulled the thing out of the fire for the rubber workers with the Mattel toy. And the same thing can happen to you right here in Mississippi. I know that the United Mine Workers are pretty active in some areas over here, and they have been known to raid a few of your plants. And if you had several of your international unions working with you in a case such as this, and where you would just overwhelm the people in that plant, everybody would be talking to these people about sticking with the AFL-CIO union, not going with this independent organization and what have you. You'll find that you'll have a lot more success on keeping these people than you would on if you were trying to do it by yourself. Sometimes out in California we had some large campaigns going. I might just mention we averaged more than one election per day during this campaign. During the whole 9 months that I was out there, we had more than one election per day, averaged more than one per day. It was a large campaign, and we didn't have nearly enough people working on it. If we'd have had twice as many people working on it, we could have had more than 2 elections a day, because we had calls coming into our office every day from unorganized plants wanting organization. And once word gets out here in Mississippi that you are in this type of a campaign and you're all going to work together on it, you're going to find that you're going to start getting more calls than you do now. Once the people see that everybody's sticking together in these unorganized plants, it gives them a little more courage too. Here in Mississippi, I think you probably, in some areas of Mississippi and most all areas, you're going to need all the people you can get, if for no other reason, just for self-protection. And I think that alone should encourage you to cooperate with each other. I know that all of the jurisdiction disputes is not going to be settled without some hard feelings. But I'll tell you how it was done in California. I don't know if I hope to God you can get that successful with it here. I doubt if you can, but I sure hope you can, because if you can, it will make all the difference in your world, in your success and in your failures. What we did out there in the 9 months that I was there was only 3 campaigns that I can remember offhand. There may have been more, some that I didn't know about, where there was more than one AFL-CIO union on the ballot competing against each other. Now there were lots of campaigns where it was a cooperative effort and a cooperative petition. But out of the 9 months, as many elections we had, there was only 3 that I can remember where there was AFL-CIO unions competing against each other. That had a large degree on the amount of success that we had. That had a lot to do with the amount of success that we had in organizing in California. I believe Al told you earlier today that in the last 4 years since that campaign's going on, there's been over 90,000 people organized. During the 9 months that I was there was 33,000 people organized just during those 9 months, and I have kind of lost contact with it since then, and I was glad to hear that they're still making good progress. There are lots of other things that I could probably talk about which probably wouldn't relate to your campaigns here in Mississippi, but as we go on into this thing later tonight and probably tomorrow, well, there may be some other things that might come to my mind that I think you may be interested in that I might want to bring before you again. But those are some of the things that I thought you might be interested in, and some of the things which were very encouraging to us out there. And I believe that with all my heart and soul that if you people really want to, and you really make up your mind that you're going to do a little giving and taking, and do probably more giving than you do taking, because if you're representing your international union and you represent an OCAW or somebody that's got a word oil in it, well, if some plant uses a drop of oil, well, you probably figure that plant probably comes under your jurisdiction. A lot of these jurisdiction things spread just that far, and it's kind of hard to draw the line on whose jurisdiction each plant really comes under. So if you want to be successful, and I know all of you do, you are going to have to be prepared to give up a claim on a plant occasionally. If another union comes into one of your targets, and you see that this other union has a real good chance to win that thing, and you don't think that you would have a good chance, the thing to do, and this happened many times in California, would be to let the other union go ahead and try it, but in the meantime get some commitments from them to help you on some other plant. This committee here in Jackson is going to have quite a few leads. I'm sure that they can hand out. Some of them's going to be some good hot leads that they can hand out to the people who are willing to make a little sacrifice in the spirit of cooperation and in the spirit of trying to get this job done. Well, that's about all I can think of right now that I think they would be interested in. Thank you.
Questions to put to Morgan, LG Morgan? Tilly. see, there are many areas of benefit that flow from the type of program that is being discussed here. I'm not saying proposed, because it was proposed in August and was accepted in principle and in fact by many of the unions here. So it's no longer a proposed program, it's one to which you're already committed in principle. It is no exaggeration what Brother Morgan said about the spirit of fraternal cooperation that is engendered by a cooperative organizing program. I was witness myself to several incidents on my last trip to Los Angeles, where a union got in touch with the coordinator and said, in effect, the XYZ plant is on our cleared target list. We're not going to be able to get around to that for maybe a year, if even then. We know that this other union is prepared to go in there. We got enough work to last us for a couple of years. So how about taking it off our target, cleared target list, and giving it to them? This is not an unusual occurrence in such a drive. Now you may say to yourself, sure, Los Angeles, you've got 750,000 potential. You can afford to be generous. Well, there's quite a potential, my friends, in Mississippi, and there's plenty for all. And your claim to what you haven't got isn't very strong. The question, there are a number of questions, of course, that will be answered to your satisfaction only as a program develops and is actually put into operation. But there are some obvious questions that should come to your mind, such as who actually is going to direct campaigns? Who's going to give orders to staff? Who's going to decide when petitions are going to be filed? And all the necessary details for any campaign. Well, obviously, again, if the major responsibility of a particular organizing target campaign is that of the union that has the clearance for it, that union continues to exert all the prerogatives, all the authority as to determining when and where and what circumstances, under what circumstances the campaign gets underway. You will direct your own campaign with assistance from the AFL-CIO staff being available to you at your request, and the assistance of the staff of the other participating unions being available to you, with the coordinator sort of in the center, helping to direct the flow of assistance. Not every campaign peaks at the same time. It's very obvious. On the question of leaflets, who prepares the leaflets that are going to be used in such a campaign? Once more, the union that is organizing the plant is responsible for the type of literature it is going to employ. But obviously, in a coordinated or cooperative campaign, there is going to be a pooling of experience and know-how and knowledgeability. And you will have at your central point a large array of sample leaflets that can be yours for modification to fit your particular needs. In many of these co-op programs, they have certain standard leaflets that they run off in Gestetner, or a model lift, some of them printed, that have the blank spaces into which your own message can can be run off. So if you get an election date from the NLRB, you can call in the office and they shoot off 800 copies of that leaflet. All they need to do is put in the date and you're out of the plant gate within 40 minutes. This is the type of service that you can have when you pool the skills and the knowledge and the resources that you have. The question was asked, I'm reading some questions that were given to us in interim period. What about the ratio of staff to shops being worked on? Well, it's like going up to the $2 window. You pays your money and you takes your choice. Depends on how serious you are about your organizing. And it's a very simple mathematical process. Let's assume the organizing goal for this program is 40,000. You won't think in those terms, actually. Your goal will be the organization of every unorganized worker in Mississippi. That's your goal. But let's assume that you have a stopgap goal of 40,000. Well, on the ratio of one organizer for 250 workers, there would need to be 160 organizers working in Mississippi. If you had a ratio of one organizer for every 500 workers, you would have to have 80 organizers working in Mississippi for this cooperative organizing program. If your ratio was one organizer to 1,000 workers, you would have 40 full-time organizers working in conjunction with this campaign. Now, I'm not a soothsayer, but I don't see 160 new organizers showing up next Monday in Mississippi. So I don't think you're going to have that kind of a ratio among your organizers. If all the organizing staff of every union that's interested in organizing in Mississippi were made available to you, I still think it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough in any state. You have to go beyond. You have to begin tapping another source of organizing assistance. It's what we call the volunteer organizer. And an almost necessary, almost inevitable part of every cooperative organizing campaign that I know of includes the idea of training groups of volunteer organizers around the state, utilizing the services of the central labor unions. The brother asked, what role does the central labor union have to play? This is one of them, serving as a nucleus for the training of volunteer organizers. Not the type of volunteers who are working in a plant and who are voluntarily helping you organize that plant. These are people who are working in an organized plant, who are union members, dues-paying members, who make themselves available to work in that area on some sort of systematic program of assistance to whatever union is conducting a campaign at any plant in that area. This is a program that the co-op drives usually have as a basic ingredient. Do you have any questions up to date so far? Another question that might come to your mind is when? When's all this going to start? Well, the answer, of course, depends on what you do in the next couple weeks. You and your unions. I think you can see, just from the little information that's been given here this evening a kind of a forerunner of the advantages that can flow from working together on a project. From the surveys that were submitted, it became very evident when we looked at the survey sheets that there were these two major clusters of organizing targets that your unions considered the prime areas for targeting. This indicates a lot of things immediately. It indicates area of concentration. It makes some suggestion as to manpower requirements. It gives some idea of where the focal point of your coordinating activity must be. And from it you can begin making some of the preliminary basic outline plans of the cooperative program. Now, as you continue to get additional information flowing into your cooperative center, more and more information begins to build up a pattern of knowledge and direction for your campaign. Another great segment of information has got to be another type of survey that would give you an inventory of the existing union facilities. This cooperative organizing program should know the exact location of every local in this state. Should know the exact meeting facilities that are available in every union hall in the state. Should know the exact membership now on the books in any town. This is the type of information that a cooperative coordinated drive needs so as to best utilize this total reservoir of assistance that becomes available to you. Bob Starnes and those other members of the staff of this region who will be working with you are going to be coming to you for this kind of information. And if your reaction is that we're not bookkeepers, we're not researchers, you want all this stuff, hire a professional to do it. You're just going to have to do it. If you want to arm your committee with the type of information it needs to be of greatest service to you. When that type of information becomes available, one other thing is then needed, and that is some commitment on manpower from the participating unions. You have to know who's going to be available. I know that there are some unions that are here this evening, that are prepared this evening, would be prepared this evening, have said they would this evening, indicate what commitment of manpower they will make if this drive gets underway. And tomorrow we will ask those unions that are prepared to make that commitment to tell us what they will guarantee in the way of full-time or part-time, combination of both, organizing staff that they intend to have in the state of Mississippi participating in this program. And we will tell you that as far as our staff is concerned, we have had just our assistant director on a full-time Mississippi assignment. However, we are assigning, because of this program, we will continue now on a full-time, indefinite basis in Mississippi, the two we have in temporarily, brothers Joe Mullen and Willie Hines. We'll continue indefinitely now in Mississippi for this program. In addition, Director Williams has stated that from time to time, as the situation needs, additional members of his staff will be shot into the state to assist. So we are, for purposes of this drive, multiplying by 4 initially the number of the regional staff who will be working indefinitely on a full-time basis in Mississippi. Any questions on that?
I
Yes,
know
sir.
the Los Angeles Times got a lot of publication in the AFL-CIO news when it was kicked off. I'd be against any kind of publicity, advanced publicity on what we plan to do here. It could be arranged.
I agree with you, it was a great mistake. I don't know of a single plant that's been organized by a newspaper headline, or a TV, or a reference, a comment by a TV newscaster that a meeting like this has been held. Doesn't add one member to you, all it does is help organize your opposition against you in advance. We do not contemplate, at least I don't contemplate, and I would hope that your committee, and you'll have, I presume, an advisory group representing your union. I would contemplate that your committee would not consider any publicity. The best publicity is a successful organizing campaign.
Well, you made one statement just a minute ago that I don't know whether too many of you caught it or not, but I sure did. When he said his brother William said that he had other members of his staff who would be shot over in Mississippi.
I was projecting, and he was thinking of projectiles. There is finally one other necessary factor for any organizing campaign of this description, program of this description. It's one that Brother Morgan already touched upon, and that is agreement on target clearances. Somewhere along the line, and very quickly, there has to be assembled a group of representatives of the participating unions who will come to that meeting armed with the authority to make some binding decisions as to target clearances. It's absolutely indispensable. There will be no cooperative program without it. And before this conference is over, I presume a date will be set for just such a meeting. I think we've reached, yes, sir.
As far as the selection of targets is concerned, I know that you have all turned in a list of your prime targets, and Bob mentioned a few minutes ago that there was lots of industry left that nobody turned in as being interested in. Well, as you progress with this campaign, you're going to find that you're going to be interested in quite a few of these that you don't think you are now. So the way we did it in the Los Angeles campaign was that as soon as a plant was not cleared by any particular union, as soon as you became interested in that, well, you called the main office immediately, and we had a card file on all of the plants. We made a notation on this card that you was starting a campaign there. And then all of the other unions, if one of the rest of them happened to get a lead along about the same time, and he called up and told us that he had an interest in this particular plant, well, we had the information on the card that sheet metal workers or some other union was already working in that plant, so consequently, the second fellow just dropped out and left it to the man that got there first. And that type of agreement is something that you should work out among yourselves too, because if you don't, you're going to wind up again in some jurisdictional problems. And if you will take it along those bases, well, it works real good, or at least it did out there, and it just resolved so much jurisdictional disputes until we just didn't hardly have any of them at all.
Questions on the latter remark? Now I'm going to turn it over to Brother Claude.
I think everybody's about ready to break it up anyway. We'd like to get a little restless. A couple of observations here. We do have a quorum now that we can adjourn. A couple of observations here in connection with what Al and Elijah and others have said. One thing that I think should be resolved here tonight, beyond the question of a doubt, and that's this matter of publicity. Is it agreed that we don't want any publicity coming out of this meeting? Is this agreed? We can do it by a motion. It might be just as well we do it that way. A motion has been offered that we do not publicize our efforts to put forth a coordinated organizing campaign. We have any discussion on that motion? All right. Who requested that picture, Tom? Who? We just hold it. Now, of course, when we talk about publicity, we're talking about publicity in union publications as well as in the local newspaper. Right. They know more about our business than we do, as a rule. Well, the motion is that no publicity be given to this meeting or our plans to put forth a concerted organizing effort. Do we have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Another comment on the cooperative campaign for the information of some of you that are not too familiar with what's been going on in the state. A number of our unions have already been getting together and working out agreements on jurisdiction. And if we can get 2 or 3 more to do the same thing, I don't think we'll have any problems on this. If IBEW and IUE can get together on jurisdiction, I see no reason why IWA and the carpenters can't also get together. So there's enough here. CWA, yes. There's enough stuff in this state to give everybody a little shot, you know. Now, another thing that we can be of assistance to you on is that we maintain in our office a directory of all local unions chartered in the state. We can make this information available to you. We will be bringing that up to date right after the first of the year. But we do have at the present time a directory of all local unions, the offices and addresses. It's out of date, but it's still got quite a few names in it that you can use in contacting people in those areas. That's available already. Another service that we can help you with, too, is contacts in some of the areas where we don't have many members. As most of you know, we have the names and addresses of many of our union members now on address plates. And on numerous occasions, we went to that file and picked out contacts for some of our unions in some of these areas where we do not have any local unions chartered. We've got some members in every county in the state of Mississippi, and we've got those on file now, so we can make this information also available to you. Do we have any announcements or anything else before we adjourn for the evening?
What time in the morning? Say that again.
Is 9 o'clock agreeable in the morning? 9:30? Somebody says 9:30. You want to wait till 9:30? You want to get started at 9? 9 o'clock? I kind of feel like that if we can crank up at 9 in the morning, we can get you out of here by noon. I think that things are shaping up pretty good. We picked up some time this afternoon that you... should say, will you monkeys please come to order? Will the delegates please stand? We're going to ask Brother Bill Pilot, President of the Hattiesburg Central Labor Council, to give the invocation. Brother Pilot.
Let us bow our heads at this time. Almighty God, as we come before thy throne this morning. We're so thankful for the privilege that we're able to say to thee that we are here in thy presence at this time. We ask, Heavenly Father, that as we come to thee on this beautiful Sunday morning, that this day shall be a day in our hearts, that we will observe and know, God, that this is a day that we can come to thee and know that all things are possible. Heavenly Father, we pray that you would keep us, Lord, in the trying times that we're in. Lord, that you would give us strength to go forward, Lord, in our endeavor as a labor movement to do the things that would be willing in thy sight. Almighty God, keep us, Lord, this morning as we come to thee again. We ask, Lord, that as we dismiss this meeting today, that you would keep your hand upon each delegate as they return home. We pray that you would keep us, that you would watch over us, Almighty God, and help us, Lord, to be able to do thy will at all times. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Several representatives registered since we made the introductions yesterday morning, and feel that we should introduce those people, at least have them introduce themselves to you. Let's start over on this side, and you just registered in as checked in this morning. Jackson, right. Anyone else over on this side now that's registered hadn't been introduced yet? We had a representative of the textile workers, I know, check in this morning. Is he here? Here he is.
Yeah, Doug Morrissey, a textile worker, not a Memphis.
Glad to have you. Anyone else?
Pleasure, how you reach that?
Yeah, Woody Biggs, he wasn't here.
Southern Organizing Director, Mount Vernon Protest. Hank Olson, with the aluminum workers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Aluminum?
Aluminum workers international.
Aluminum workers, good. That makes two more internationals that have registered since we made the announcement yesterday. That makes a total of 31 internationals, or 33 over here.
Vernon Hodges, Retail Clerks International Association staff.
Glad to have you with us. Anyone else? I believe the clerks were in the figure we announced yesterday, 31. That means 33 internationals are now represented in the conference. Before we turn the meeting over to Brother Williams, I got an announcement that I want to make. We played to you yesterday the speech that Mr. Owen Cooper cut and sent out to his employees in Pascagoula. Since that time, we've had a request from several people for a recording of that speech. So I'm going to turn over to Brother Morgan here the tape that I played yesterday, and he can reproduce it. And so if you'd like to have a copy of that tape recording, place your order with Brother Morgan. Of course, he can also reproduce the conference, and several have already ordered it. Keep in mind, if you'd like to have this tape recording of that speech we played yesterday, it can be had by placing an order with Brother Morgan. Well, at this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Brother Williams. I understand we have a lot of work to do yet, trying to find out what commitments we can get out of the group to put forth this coordinated effort. Brother Williams.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. We do appreciate the time, the effort, attention that all of you people have paid to our presentation of this program. In my opinion, we've gotten to the point now to where we'd like to have a lot of discussion from you. So at this time, I would like to introduce our assistant director out of Washington, Brother Kistler, who has a few things he'd like to say to you. Of course, we think that he'll be giving us a lot of information this morning, getting this thing down to the point to where we want to really go into a discussion of getting it underway, because we are trying to wind up by about noon today, Brother Kistner.
Well, it's nice to be here again, and I'm very grateful to the work that Claude Ramsey has done in connection with this conference and what he's done for the whole labor movement in this country for a number of years. I tell you, there have been some pretty dark days, and the whole labor movement all over the country has reason to be grateful for the services of men like Claude Ramsey, Tom Knight here, Barney Weeks. Is Barney here? Yeah, I see Barney back there, Alabama. Vic Busey, Louisiana. Hank Brown and Roy Evans in Texas. You go across these tier of southern states and realize the caliber of the men who lead the merged labor movements in those states. Those of us we may live south of Mason-Dixon line, but we're considered northerners, are very grateful. I do have to tell a little story about Claude. He may not like it, but I have to tell it anyway. It being Sunday, I have to be truthful. A couple of years ago, old Claude was making a trip over to Europe on behalf of the AFL-CIO, and it was in February. You ever cross the Atlantic Ocean in February, you know that you wish you hadn't. It's not the calmest season of the year. It was one of the worst seasons in the century. That boat was going back and forth, sideways, in and out. And after a couple of days of this, a couple hours of this, when it got pretty bad, Claude found it necessary to make his way over toward the rail of the ship. He was going down through the corridor. He bumped into a young lady. And this encounter covered her with embarrassment, which was about the only thing she was covered with, because it was nighttime, and she was one of these people who like to sleep unencumbered with night clothing. And when she found it necessary to get to the rail because of the movement of the ship, she had to go in a hurry, and not expecting to be bumping into people in those early hours of the morning, she had just grabbed a sheet. But when she got out there, that gale whipped that sheet away, and she was hurrying back and bumped into Claude. And she was embarrassed. And what added to the embarrassment was that she knew him. She knew who he was. There'd been a dance on board the ship, and maybe you didn't realize he was kind of a Fred of a stereotype, and she had noted him dancing around that floor, and so she inquired, and she knew who he was. So she said, "Oh, Mr. Ramsey, I'm just so embarrassed to think that anybody would ever know that, I was seen like this." And he just kind of put her to the side, and he said, "Listen, dear, I don't think I'll live to tell the story." See, he's always a gentleman. He always has just the right thing to say at the right time. We did have introduced yesterday a young man on our headquarters staff. This is not an NLRB conference, or you would have heard from him. I did want to mention Jim English, who is on the platform with us. More and more now handles NLRB matters for us at the national headquarters. There are a number of cases in which your unions are involved at the current time, in which Jim has played some little part in bringing to the attention of the board officials in Washington some of the more important aspects of the cases, urging some more expeditious handling and the like. I'm thinking of the Seminole case. Jim had some conversation concerning that. The beard manufacturing case in Shreveport comes to mind because L.G. Morgan was involved. Well, those are two just occur to me with which he's had some dealings. I thought it would be good this morning to spend a little time talking about problems of organizing. And I'd like to hear from you something about the difficulties, the circumstances that you find as you engage in organizing in this state. Now, I don't want any speeches. We've agreed among us here that the only speeches are going to be made from this side of the platform. But we would like not so much speeches or lengthy expositions. I just kind of like, for discussion purposes, to list some of the problems you encounter as you organize in Mississippi. I wonder if I could just drag it over here. In organizing. What gives you fits here? Community interference. Anything else? It's the only problem you got organizing in Mississippi? Community interference? What's that? Fear. Do you say beer? I heard you the first time. What else? Brother? The what? This is okay. Anything else? What are some of the difficulties you encounter? All right, in the community interference, I think let's understand we're talking about public officials, newspapers, police force, the merchants, the bankers, the candlestick makers, and so forth. The power structure, right?
State officials.
Okay, they're all part of community, either local or the statewide community. We have the problem of fear. Anything else? Race issue. Okay, anything else?
What about delays?
Delays. You're talking about in the NLRB, perhaps, in the courts. I tell you, there's been a lot of misinformation about organizing in Mississippi. 4 problems. 4 problems.
Nobody have any
Economic pressure.
That community thing covers it all, though. That's the thing about it. You got it all.
Anybody have trouble out of the employer? The second problem covers them all anyway.
That's right.
If you erase that one problem, then you got it all.
Well, that doesn't tell us much. We know it's there, but it doesn't tell us much. Let's talk about some specifics. You have no trouble distributing literature. Huh? In some areas you have trouble distributing literature. You have picketing interference. Okay. Let's say it the dispersal. I guess you all know Brother Allen here, who's been so active in the Kingsport press, and Am I mistaken? I am mistaken. Right, you have, I know, all right, go ahead.
Lack of true information of the revenue amongst
The what? Misinformation. What kind of misinformation? What's that?
Not what the labor movement is and stands for.
Apathy, in other words.
Okay, what else about this misinformation? In the one case, it's lack of information. What else in terms of misinformation?
Untrue information.
Hmm?
Untrue information put out in
Such as what?
the news media.
Yeah, what do they say?
French salaries of union officials, the outlaws,
Okay, the racket issue, right? The racket issue, the dues, the salaries.
Strikes.
problems getting contracts, win elections.
Has some trouble with management, right? Well, I'm glad somebody. That Opportune thing maybe didn't have any trouble with management down here. I heard somebody say strikes. Is that a problem around here? Strikes?
Way
All
up.
right.
Fear of strike.
Part of the propaganda about you. What else?
Minor problem, jurisdictional dispute.
The brother says we have some internal problems that might contribute to the difficulties of organizing. Jurisdiction being one of them. What else?
Employer cooperation amongst themselves, finance.
Hey, the employers are organized. Anything else? Blacklist. Any other problems that there might be?
Hired employees before the unionization.
What was that, Willie?
Firing employees for union activity.
Violation of the law. Anything else?
There's one you may not want to put up there, but one problem we run into quite often is a lack of service of our organized people, which affects our organized campaign in other areas.
Service or lack of. We might as well get them on because other people will put them on their list. Okay, what else?
One of the problems is the local people within a community that come to,
We were talking yesterday about these development commissions enticing people to come in industry and the guarantees that they make to them and so forth, right? Is that what you're referring to? What else? Yeah. Who else put some literature on? And that KKK doesn't stand for Kings County, Colorado, right? Okay. All right. What else we got here on talking about it? Company literature.
You have literature such as the Militant Truth, things of that kind.
Okay. Some religious,
Pseudo-religious.
quasi, in quotes, interference. Not only literature to the home, but we heard a recording yesterday, right? Company propaganda going into the house. So the home contacts of the company. Anything else?
Would you consider your job security?
You mean people are afraid of losing their jobs? Okay, that's an aspect of this fear that we were talking about. Well, we got a few problems here, and let's take a look at them. We have resistance coming from outside organizations like the Klan, maybe the White Citizens Council, whatever name that kind of group uses in a particular area. We have the overt management activity, a specific counter-election campaign to the union's campaign. We have the use of such things as a blacklist, of discriminatory firings, the use of threat, intimidation, and coercion, willingness to violate the law because of their knowledge of the inadequacy of the remedies, the delays that are encountered by the board processes and the courts. We have the issues that are used against us: rackets, corruption, high dues, assessments, high salaries of the organizers. We have our own internal problems, jurisdictional problems, lack of service, unwillingness to hustle, snarling at each other. You talk about literature. There's no literature that's been put out by management that can be so effective against us as some literature that we put out against our sister unions. And you know, it doesn't affect only you. I can tell you that a piece of literature that's put out in Biloxi, Mississippi against Union X by Union Y will show up 3 weeks later in Seattle, Washington, where that union has a campaign, and the company puts it out and says what kind of a union that is, and then says that don't take our word for it. We're just quoting from leaflets put out by Y Union against it. We have trouble with local ordinances, local laws, anti-distribution regulations put out by the company. You can't distribute on the plant property because it's private property. You can't be on the right of way because you're interfering with traffic. The difficulty of maintaining communication. Workers come barreling out of the plant in their carpools, and they're anxious to get home or to the beer parlor or wherever it is they're going. They can't take time to roll down that window and pick up your literature there. And within seconds they're on some sort of a freeway, they're 50 miles away from you. That's a problem. The whole packet of propaganda against unions that has been conducted on an unabated basis ever since the merger of AFL-CIO. The fear that's engendered, the individual fear of loss of job, loss of income, and the more pervasive fear that they instill in the hearts and the minds of the women folk. The fears of strike violence, of injury, of damage to the home and the car, and interference with that steady income. It might be low, but it's steady. These are some of the problems that we encounter. I know we can't wipe them out, but just for the time being, let's kind of cover them up. And just throw them over here so they don't distract us. Yeah. One thing I want to point out, seeing Lou Rhodes back there, I guess most of you know Lou Rhodes, the National Organizing Director for the Furniture Workers. What did I say? I'm so sorry. You know, see, this comes from positive thinking. I'm so convinced that eventually, somewhere down the line, we're going to have a grouping together of unions that are in the common industry that every once in a while I forget they're not there yet. Lou Rhodes, of course, is the organizing director of the Carpenters Union. And at one time, in fact, at the time of the merger, was the director for AFL-CIO in the Alabama, Florida, Georgia region. He's just too good a man to stay in only a 3-state area, so the Carpenters took him and gave him nationwide responsibilities. Lou is very familiar with the cooperative organizing programs. One of his men, Sedell, was active in setting up the Los Angeles program. He later became vice president of that union. Just as the painters had a man out in Los Angeles named Satry who helped set up that union. He's now vice president. You might want to take note of these facts because it looks as though the finger of the Lord touches those who were active in the beginning days of co-op organizing campaigns. Lou and I have had some association recently in another type of co-op organizing with the Metal Trades Council. We were going up to Boston, traveling together, or fellow travelers in the more correct sense, and we're talking about the problems of organizing. If you can get Lou, if you can stay with him long enough, he will stop talking about that wonderful local he's got here in the Stork line, what used to be Stork line. I forget what they call it this month. Is it PMI or something like that? You can get him from talking about that wonderful local union up there. He'll start talking about some nationwide problems, and he did. And it's interesting to me, and I could just see Lou smiling to himself as we were listing some of these things. And our conversation on the plane to Boston, we were talking about the problems that organizers encounter, not just Mississippi, but everywhere. And those problems are the problems that have been listed on the board as being problems here in Mississippi. Who does? Who in Mississippi or any other state is a primary agent for organizing? Can somebody tell me that? From our side, who's the primary on-the-job Joe for organizing? You know the answer, it's the organizer. I'd like to discuss with you just a few minutes something of the qualities or the characteristics needed for organizing today. Can anybody suggest some quality or skill or aptitude that an organizer needs to have today? He has to have some persuasive powers, right? Or, in a sense, organizing. He's got to be someone said, well, we'll use the term sales. I don't like it myself. Because very often it indicates some kind of an artificial pitch, and the difference between a commercial salesman and a union salesman is that, the difference is obvious. But for the time being, let's take that word. Okay, what else? What other quality? He's got to be truthful. He's got to be what? He should be dedicated. He has to be a good listener. How do you spell listen? Don't take my word for it, but you know what I mean. What else? Yes, has to be knowledgeable. You gotta know what he said it, I think. Must know the labor movement. What else? Has to know the labor movement. What else does he have to know?
Has to also know the legal.
He has to be have some knowledge about the NLRB and the courts, and well, let's put that on too. What else ought he be knowledgeable about? Maybe about the area.
One thing you have to know is the people in the area.
You have to know the people in the area. Reminds me of the story. I guess I can tell this one. There were two dogs, and they were sashaying around town. And one was a local dog, and one was a visitor. And the local dog was showing the visiting dog around town. All of a sudden, the local dog said to the visiting dog, "Sit down, quick." So they squatted. And the visitor said, "How come you told me to sit down?" He said, "Well, you see that bulldog coming down the street?" Mm-hmm. Well, he happened to have the coldest nose in town. It helps to have a little inside information, is what I mean to say. Okay, what else? Huh? What else does he need to have as a personal characteristic? Hmm? He has to be indefatigable, tireless, and energetic, right? Has to have lots of vigor and guts. And guts, huh?
Most important is an understanding wife.
Ability to adapt. It's got to be flexible.
Joe Mullen says it helps if you got a clan roll.
You have to be properly equipped. Okay. What else? Okay, can you think of any other area in which he should be proficient? Okay, congenial, mixing. Somebody else said something down there. Hmm? Has to know something about people. Has to know something about people, what motivates them, how to appeal to them. We'll put that up there. That means that stands for psychology, not psycho. Okay? What else? Anything else? Think of anything else that an organizer should be able to do?
All the organizers have those qualifications to be organized in the state of Mississippi overnight.
Well, that may be.
Al will never hire another organizer.
He has all those qualifications.
Well, let's remove this again now and see. Let's see something. Now, this organizer we are considering hiring has got to be very adept in persuasive skills. He's got to be a salesman. He's got to be dedicated. He has to have a sense of commitment to the labor movement and the things he's doing. Because if he doesn't, it'd be the most tedious, heart-rending, lonely, frustrating job in the world. He's got to be truthful. Because we said yesterday, when we ask workers to assist themselves organizing, we ask them to put an awful lot on the line in return for our word and our commitment. We've got to be truthful. If we're not, we get caught up eventually, and the whole movement suffers. He's got to be a good listener. Why do you say that? Why did you say that he has to be a good listener? Wasn't it you, brother? Who said he has to be a good listener? Yes, you did back there. Why did you say he has to be a good listener?
Well, for a lot of reasons.
Just give us one or two of them, if you got one.
Be able to sit down and listen to the person when he describes his problems, and listen to him and be able to show him that you're interested in his problems by paying special attention to what his problems are, what his everyday problems are, what his problems are financially, what his...
Would there be any disagreement with that? Anyone think? No. I think it's generally recognized. The interesting thing is that while we all agree with it, we don't pay too much attention to it. And it's almost understandable. One of the things that an organizer has to be able to do is to communicate with people. And they have to do it well. And they can't stay in organizing very long if they don't. And because they do it so well, they tend to do it sometimes too much. And just cultivating the practice of listening is pretty important. I remember when I was a kid, I didn't learn to cultivate this practice of listening until after I got married. When I was a kid, I didn't have it. And my father used to say to me very often, as I look back, it was unbelievably often, he used to say a little poem or doggerel to me. It went something like this: there was an old owl who lived in the oak, and the more he heard, the less he spoke. And the less he spoke, the more he heard. Why can't we all be like that old bird? This illustrates that sometimes it does pay to listen. So he must be a good listener. The organizer should be knowledgeable. He's got to know his industry, his union, his people, the plant, the community, the problems, to anticipate and prepare. He's got to be knowledgeable about techniques, communication devices. He has to know other people in labor movement. He has to know where the sources of information and assistance are. He has to be a knowledgeable person. And he has to know people. He has to be compassionate. He has to take their problems into so that they become his own, so that he feels for them. It's more important that somebody once said, it's unimportant as to whether I can spell compassion so long as I feel it. That's what counts. He has to be tireless, because organizing is not a 9-to-5 job. People go to work early in the morning, they go to work early at night. They work around the clock, and you have to work around the clock with them. You have to stay with them, live with them, be with them, be at their beck and call, daily, nightly. And that takes vigor. You have to have guts. We talked enough yesterday about the situations, but to know that it takes guts to be an organizer. He has to be flexible. He has to be able to shift gears, to change course of action, to recognize an issue that he can latch on to dramatize and make effective the union program. He has to be able to relate the union program to the problems of the people he's dealing with. And if there are 20 people that he's dealing with, he has to be able to do it in 20 ways, because every one of them comes to the organizing problem with a different background and a history and experience. And he has to help them relate to the union. He has to be flexible. And he has to be able to mix with people. You can't be aloof and be an organizer. You can't stand on the sidelines and be an organizer. You've got to get in there and mix. That's what it takes to be an organizer today. That's what it's always taken to be an organizer. Now, the interesting thing is that as we deal with the problems of management interference, management activity, there is a counter quality of the organizer that relates to the problem. If he is knowledgeable concerning management interference, he can anticipate, he can prepare his in-plant committee for it. If there are charges of union racketeering, he has to be able to know what the facts are and to be able to counteract them. If they are just making home contacts through the records, he has to be able to pick the flaws in that recording. As we listened to that recording yesterday, every one of us in this room could have been writing like mad, picking out the flaws in that record. The factual misstatements, the weaknesses that appeared in that man's presentation, even on the statistics he used. He talked about 72 million workforce and only 15 million organized in labor unions. Let's forget about the fact there are 18 million organized. Let's forget about that lapse of 3 million. But the dishonesty of taking every person who is employed and suggesting that they're part of the organizable workforce, the 72 million who include doctors, dentists, lawyers, self-employed, management, supervisors. Every person who works for a living is in that 72 million. They're not 72 million eligible for union organization. He knows it. You know it. Organizers know it. They would anticipate and prepare their people for that kind of propaganda. Delays. Delays in the law. Delay of the law is nothing new. University of Maryland, one time noted for its football team, has a dramatic group. This week they're putting on a play called Hamlet. And there's a monologue or soliloquy or a speech in Hamlet in which Hamlet talks about the insolence of office and the law's delay. Hundreds of years ago, the law's delay was a problem. It's nothing new. It wasn't born in the mind of some union-busting labor consultant. The law's delay has been built into the law, basically to guarantee that rights will be preserved. A union organizer knows there's going to be delay in the laws, so he prepares for it. He works with his people. He takes up their time. The cement lineman, gypsum worker won an election. Armstrong Court. Some little time ago. The law's delay has kept them from entering into negotiations. Months have gone by. They're continuing. They're working. They have their activities going. Their negotiations. They're preparing for negotiations. They're keeping people involved. This is organizing, preparing to take advantage of whatever happens, including the law's delay. If you know it's possible, you're going to take care of it. The whole bit of the anti-union propaganda that is promulgated by the company, of the dues, the assessments, the strikes, you know it's going to come. There's not a campaign today that it doesn't come. So you prepare for it. That's what an organizer does. He pre-educates the people he's working. He gives them facts. Because, brothers and sisters, when you boil the whole thing down, there's one thing that remains. We'll just write it up in large letters. Fear. There's one thing that remains from this. That's facts. And to get from here to here is how you organize. This is organizing. Overcoming this set of circumstances with this set of circumstances. That's the organizing process. Now today, going from here to there is not something that happens accidentally. It has to be planned. It has to be carefully contrived. It has to be worked at. And you have to use every new device that you can. If it takes civil rights suit action, you do it. And if it takes shifting from an individual union organizing basis so that you're working individually to where you pool your resources and work together in a co-op organizing campaign, that's organizing today. Now, this is a long way around to getting us back to the problem of the co-op organizing campaign. But it is important and necessary at some times to have some common understanding of what we're talking about. What we're talking about is not something that is been thought up by some Madison Avenue advertising company as a new gimmick, the gimmick of the month. This is something that grows out of our own guts as organizers. We know this. We've done it in the past. We've done it instinctively in the past. What the AFL-CIO is suggesting and urging and entreating, and has made it part of its policy now in 2 successive AFL-CIO conventions, passed unanimously by every delegate from every union in the AFL-CIO. Cooperative organizing as a necessary means of organizing in today's world. It's trying to establish the fact that this is something to which we are all already committed. Nothing that's being imposed upon you from AFL-CIO headquarters or Carpenters headquarters or Sheet Metal headquarters. It's something that's part of the labor movement. Only it's got to be applied. It's got to be put into action, and it's got to be put into action in the state of Mississippi in 1966, starting today. That's the background, and that's the making of it common. I understand we soon going to have a break. I understand we're also fortunate to have with us today a brother who was involved in a case that's still pending before the National Labor Relations Board, which highlights some of the problems. And it's been suggested that perhaps he might like to talk to us for a few minutes on it, and I wonder if you'd...
Would you check and see if the coffee is ready back there? I think I saw him bring it in. If it's ready, we might... They don't have it yet. I told them 10:30, so that's probably what they're going to do, have it out at 10:30. No, I suggested to Brother Kistler that we have several people in the audience here that have been victims or participated in some of these vicious campaigns we have in the state. We've introduced several of them to you here in the course of the conference. When we started laying the groundwork for this conference, I wrote the president of a number of international unions a letter requesting their cooperation and that they would, and requesting that they send someone to the conference to represent the organization. And I also mailed to them a brief filed by the General Counsel for the National Labor Relations Board in connection with the Dean Industry case in Pontotoc that was being handled by the Upholsterers Union as an example of the type conspiracy that we have in the state, in certain areas of the state. Along with that, of course, I sent Dixon Pyle's speech that we passed out here at the previous conference. Just occurred to me that Erskine Barton, involved in this campaign in Pontotoc, who is now working as an organizer for the upholsterers, might like to come up and review with you briefly some of his experiences in that situation. Would you like to do that, Erskine? In an organizing campaign, they get discharged or quit, and they go try to make application for work elsewhere, then that blacklist follows them up. So Brother Barton here has been in the middle of it for a number of years, as well as some of the rest of you, but he was actually a victim of the situation. Erskine, come on up here and tell us about some of your experiences.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Some time ago, 12 or 14 months ago, a campaign was started at Dean Industries in Pontotoc. I headed up this campaign to try to get the union in there. From the beginning, we had troubles. We were offered money. We were offered higher positions in the plant to leave the union alone and help keep it out. We worked hard to get this union there in Dean. At the time of the campaign, we had possibly 140 employees in Dean Industries. And out of that 140 employees, I believe we had somewhere in the neighborhood of 110 authorization cards signed. We rode the highways at night, talking to the employees, trying to keep their spirit up. People who owed money to local businessmen were threatened with foreclosure on mortgages, were told that if they participated in this union, that they would have to pay what they owed. After we lost the election, we filed the 8-5 charge and went that route. I turned down every offer that was made to me by the company because my good friend, Brother Johnny Ray, had told me what would happen to me. But here's what they did. I had worked for another company previously and had worked with a guy who I thought was the best friend that I ever had. So the local businessmen got with this guy. He was working down in South Mississippi at the time, and brought him back to Pontotoc. And he came to see me one Sunday afternoon and told me he was coming back to Pontotoc to take over this plant. And he would like for me to go with him to this plant and take over the job as plant superintendent. I was afraid to do this. I talked with several people concerning this. He made his third trip back to my home to try to convince me to go with him. So after the third trip, I decided that I would go uptown and talk with one of the local businessmen that I have known for years. And this local businessman told me I had nothing to worry about. That if I wanted to accept this job, that the local people would not interfere any way. That they would help me all they could to do the job that I was hired to do. So I made the mistake of quitting my job at Dean Industries and going to a local firm there in Pontotoc. 1 month from the day that I went to work, I was no longer needed. About 2 weeks after I was terminated, I began to try to find me another job. That's where the blacklist appeared. I found out not only that my name was on the list in Mississippi, I found out that I couldn't even get a job in Tennessee. So I came back home. I didn't know what I was going to do. My wife was working, fortunately. So I lived off of her for a while. A good friend of mine who attends the same church that I do in Pontotoc came to me one day and says, Erskine says, I can't pay you very much. But says, I'll give you a job driving one of my milk trucks. $50 a week. It beat nothing at all. So I worked for $50 a week up until I started to work full time with you. We have in Northeast Mississippi the Northeast Mississippi Development Association. And then we have our local Development Association, which work hand in hand with the Northeast Mississippi Development Association. And unless we can get a hold of one of these lists, which do exist, but it's hard to lay your hands on, we're going to continue to have trouble there, because everyone who takes part in any union campaign, their name is put on this list, and they cannot get a job anywhere else. Right now we are in some campaigns up at Pontotoc that look promising. But the people of Dean Industries have really went through a lot of heartaches, but they are still standing tall. So you can't help but wonder what's going to happen next. I am fortunate to have a good friend like Johnny Ray. Big friend. Every time we have a meeting somewhere, he uses me as an example. You know, this bit, I told you so. Thank you, Mr. Franklin.
That's just one of the famous Barton boys. We've got another one that made some history in Mississippi a few years ago. His brother, Bill Barton, who some of you might recall. Bill was at the University of Mississippi, and at the university they have an election to elect the editor of the Mississippian, the Ole Miss publication. And Bill, Erskine's brother, was a candidate for that position. He was a journalistic student up there. And the campaign hadn't been underway very long before Ross Barnett turned the Citizens Council loose on him. And when it was all over with, Bill didn't win the election. Went off and spent a couple of years in the Navy and came back and went to work for a newspaper in Pascagoula, which at that time was looked upon as being the most liberal, pro-labor paper in the state. It had been there long before the owner sold the paper out to a Goldwater conservative, and Bill Barton then started looking for another job. He wound up on the staff of the Tupelo Journal, and it became so putrid there that he had to again leave. So he's now with the AP wire service, I believe, stationed in Nashville. Well, these Barton boys are doing their share here in this state. Now, I think the coffee's ready back there, isn't it? I thought it would get on this other thing.
Yeah, when I mentioned the University of Mississippi, I couldn't help but think of, it didn't involve the University of Mississippi, but another institution. And it was a freshman day, the new college students on campus, freshman week rather, and after a couple days, one of these starry-eyed freshmen came up to a university professor and said, enraptured by all this new excitement and environment, said, "Is it really possible to get a good education here?" And the professor said, "Well, every year, bright young men and women like you come to this university and they bring a whole world of information with them. Now, they don't take it with them when they leave, so it's just kind of stacked up around here somewhere."
You want me to get Johnny Ray up with him? He's got some ideas easier to wrap up.
Okay.
When you, otherwise, if we can have the call.
Popular singer known as Johnny Ray. I wonder if he'd come up and do a little singing for us.
This is a situation as the next phase of this program is going into this commitment thing from the internationals, and I thought it would be good if we could get the coffee break out of the way where we wouldn't have any interruptions once we get started on this. And Johnny has been handling the situation for his union that Erskine's involved in. He's had a great deal of experience in northeast Mississippi, and he thinks that probably he might be able to offer some suggestions to those of you that might be working in northeast Mississippi, things to look out for and how to combat the situation. Come on, Johnny. Erskine's big friend.
We are gathered here for the purpose of trying to coordinate an effort in this state to help our people. And I, for one, can say that no one could ask for better cooperation than we've had from the state movement here. Brother Ramsey and his office, Brother Starnes, Brother Williams, and the AFL-CIO staff seem like every time we get in a little trouble, why, they're always there. And it is an assuring feeling, I'll tell you. Some of the problems that we have been confronted with that I'm sure you will encounter in this Northeast Mississippi area, where this Northeast Mississippi Development Association is so popular. Number one, when you sign your people up, they follow you. When you sign a man on a card or a woman on a card, an authorization card, then this development association has a letter. They follow you along and have the person sign this letter revoking your card immediately. Now, when you go to an election or go to a demand, you find yourself with 150, 200, a good representation of the cards, and then you wake up when you get to the board and find that half of these people have signed letters revoking their card, then you're in trouble. Now, this happened to us in Dean Industry. The fortunate thing, we ended up with Kerry Stovall out of Corinth. I'm sure most of you know him in the state. He tries to be an anti-labor lawyer, and he used to be a pretty good one about 20 years ago when I first had my dealings with him here. But he decided himself that he was good, so he just sat back. And like a lot of the rest of us, progress has left him in the back. And we got in court after he had advised the mayor, the chief of police, George McLean, our dear editor of the Tupelo Journal, and a few more of the citizens of that development association, that they could get these letters signed and it would stop us. So the mayor has a nice little meeting down at the city hall for the interested people. He comes out to the plant along with the district attorney there, who has been mentioned here. I believe Ray Smithhart's having little problems with him at the present time. This gentleman tells the people we're having an open meeting for you people at the city hall this afternoon, quick as you get off work. Will you come down? Well, now, if you were a little bit hesitant to answering him, then somebody else come around in about 10 minutes and made sure you understood the question that he asked you. So they end up in the city hall. They take out this letter and they say, I have been asked to show you people this letter. Now, if you don't want that nasty old union representing you, then we'll furnish the paper, the secretary, and the address for you to fix this letter out and mail it to Johnny Ray. You can get your union card back. So after the third meeting at the city hall, we began to wonder, well, what's happening to these letters? Well, we found out when the board come down to investigate, they were turned over to the mayor through the chief of police. From the mayor, they went to the district attorney. The board investigator got them from the district attorney. Then Kerry Stovall at the 8-5 hearing wanted to use these letters against us, not knowing that they had to be made a matter of issue with the board and with the union before they could be used. Now, to my good fortune, you're unfortunate, because you're unfortunate enough now, if you work in that area, that they're going to know they have to go to you and to the board before they're any good. This is the big gimmick that they use. The next one that they use on this letter, even after you have filed your petition, turned your cards in and made your demands, they leave the date off of the letter. So they put the date on there after the person has signed it, 3 or 4 weeks after you have filed your petition. They date it back prior to your petition date. We had people testify on the stand that they had signed these letters as late as 21 days after the petition, but the date on the letter was 2 days before the demand was made. This is things that this Northeast Mississippi Development Association will use. Another thing that they use the police in the town where you'll be working. It makes any difference what town it is. You get Northeast Mississippi, it's all the same. They went around the night before our election, picked up our colored people, Negro people, picked them up in police cars, carried them to the city hall. The mayor was waiting for them. Lowry Simmons, president of one of the banks, just happened to be present. Harold Berryhill, the president of the other bank, just happened to be present. The chief of police told the boys, we're not going to have a union in Pontotoc County. We don't have one, and we're not going to have. And if you have anything else to do with the union, then you can call the damned undertaker, because you're going to need him, and that's the words he used. This was testified to on the stand. They come out to the meeting place the night before the election and told us, now, you can go ahead and meet here if you want to, but the building's going to be blown up tonight. Now, we didn't have too much problem with this, because our people didn't actually think they would do it. But now Brother Hines is in here. Brother Starnes was at this deer campaign. He's come to our service. They can both tell you that that cafe that we was meeting in just happened to burn down the next day to the ground. The evening we went in for our meeting, the proprietor of the joint comes by and he said, my insurance company called me a while ago and canceled my insurance. I said, would you rather we didn't meet here? He said, no. He said, I don't think there'd be anything done. He won't tell you that now. We met in a roping arena, 12 miles out in the country, in about a 200-acre patch. They went to the fellow that owned the land, who owed for it, on a note at Dear Mr. Simmons' bank, and told him, if you have any more union meetings on that property, we're going to foreclose the note. This is just a few of the things that you're going to encounter from the Northeast Mississippi Development Association. George McLean taught classes when we kicked that campaign off. He come over to Pontotoc. They met at the City Hall 2 nights a week. He told the people what to do to defeat the union. He brought out things on, maybe I should say, all us organizers are not angels. They don't mind digging into your background. So if you got one, if you got any skeletons, you better bury them deep. Because when you come to Northeast Mississippi, you're going to look around and that skeleton's going to be tied to you by George McLean. I had beat a couple of truck drivers to death in Tupelo a few years back. One thing he told that I'm quite proud of, that I was spending a lot of my evenings with 2 or 3 women in one of the motels. Well, when you get my age, you don't deny that. These are some of the things that you will be encountering. Now, our interest, the upholster's interest, and all of our interest in the labor movement should be for our people. If we fight this Dean Industry case that's now before the National Board, and there is no way we can lose the case, it just can't be done. The thing is so staunch within itself that irregardless how anti a person might be, they would have to accept this thing for what it is. We're confronted now with a problem of this civil rights thing. Our people there want to do something about it. Our international union is concerned with this problem. We're not concerned with ridicule and harassment of some of the people involved in this thing. But unless we break the back of that North Mississippi Development Association, along with some of the rest of the cliques in the state, at whatever cost it takes to do it, then we're butting our head against a stone wall. Because while we sit around and jump from one plant to another, fight amongst ourselves, and get out and beat ourselves on the chest, they're working day and night. They don't leave a stone unturned. They will resort to the lowest tactics to defeat the labor movement in the state of Mississippi. We have copies, a few of them, of this case, and if any of you would like to read it, would like to go through some of the outstanding points that come out in this trial, then I wished you would do that. The mayor called me into his office one evening with the chief of police. He said, "You have threatened some of our people. We're not going to have this." I said, "Mr. Mayor, I didn't make any threats to nobody." He called the fellow's name. "Do you know him?" I said, "Yes, I know him. He's a company pimp. He made every union meeting that we ever had." And I said, "I finally got tired of looking at him." So I told him one night that it would be better if he didn't come back to the union meeting. And time again, Erskine Barton and myself kept the committee in the plant from working him over at the union meeting, and we knew this was the wrong thing to do, because this is what the clique was waiting on. So, I'm half Irish and half Comanche Indian, and I got a good temper. So I met this guy in Lee County, which was outside of Pontotoc. So I made a little stronger promise to him. So he run back to the mayor, and the mayor says he's not going to have me threaten any people. So I told him we hadn't threatened anybody. He said, "You told this guy you'd stomp his guts out if he come to another meeting." I said, "That wasn't a threat." He said, "Well, I'd like to know what you call it." I said, "It was a damn promise." He told me, he said, "I have taken care of this, whatever this Riders was, some county in Colorado we're talking about here, this KKK movement." He said, "I have taken care of those people in this town. I have taken care of the civil rights problem in this town. we can take care of the damn union organizers. I can recruit all the help I need. I said, well, now, if this is the game you're going to play, you better start recruiting them, because you damn sure going to need them. So from that day forth, something I should tell you that's real interesting. We couldn't find a place for a union meeting during the campaign. And just as quick as the campaign was over, as quick as we got this charge back from the board, the mayor was the first guy to come around and offered us a city hall to hold our union meeting in. Now, these guys are cagey. We're going to have to watch them. And I'm taking up a lot of time here, so I'm going to shut up. Any way we can help you in Northeast Mississippi, Brother Ramsey knows, Brother Starnes and the staff, and any way in the world, call on us, because we're going to be calling on you. Thank you.
I have to tell you that I do get a little bit fidgety when the mayors are criticized a little bit, because I used to be a mayor myself. It's a fact. Served on our city council for 6 years, mayor for 2. Wasn't a very big city, but a city called Greenbelt, Maryland. It's kind of located. Baltimore was our northern suburb, and Washington our southern. And had a very intelligent electorate there. That's about the only thing they did have. And I was asked one time whether I thought I was being a successful chief executive in that city, and after some reflection and due modesty, I said, yeah, I think I'm pretty successful. When I got elected just 9 months ago, this city had just celebrated 25 years of debt-free existence. I've been mayor only 9 months, and we're already $250,000 in debt. We have the highest tax rate in the state, save Baltimore City, and it's going up higher next year. And I sometimes think maybe that's why I was a one-term mayor. Is the coffee ready? Yeah. Coffee's ready.
Order. He wants to make an announcement.
I want to remind all of you who want copies of this tape to be sure and give me your name and address before you leave here today. Because once I leave here, I've got to go to Baton Rouge to make these copies, and I want to get all of these copies made tomorrow. I have to be in Shreveport the following morning. So if you call me in Shreveport sometime later in the week and say you'd like to have a copy of a tape of such and such speech, I won't be able to help you. Because the equipment that we have to do this with is in Baton Rouge. I'm going to be in the same shape after I leave Baton Rouge as Carolyn over here was the first day this thing started yesterday. She came over here and set up her tape recorder, and I set up mine, and she had to ask one of the employees of the hotel for an extension cord, and I heard her tell this employee that she wasn't as well equipped as he is. Now, it's only taken one glance for me to see that she's much better equipped than I am. So, once I leave Baton Rouge and go to Shreveport, I'm going to be in the same shape as she's in, I would hope, but I won't be figuratively. But I will not be as well equipped in Shreveport as I am in Baton Rouge. Thank you.
Well, we're going to try to move the meeting as fast as we can here. We've had a little conference, and we realize that a lot of you are anxious to get the meeting over and catch your planes and what have you. Now, it's very obvious to myself and the organizing department that we're not going to be able to complete everything necessary to put forth a coordinated effort at this particular meeting. In my opinion, it's going to be necessary to have one more meeting at which we're going to ask the international unions who are interested in the coordinated effort to send one person to that meeting to make decisions in behalf of its international union. We've got 33 that have attended the conference. I assume that each one will have an interest, and I hope that we'll have 33 people designated with authority to make decisions in behalf of its union and maybe commit themselves on manpower and possibly finances. Now, in conjunction with the effort, we hope to convince the legal department of the FFL-CIO that we need to initiate a lawsuit in Pontotoc, Mississippi, using the new techniques that you've heard here this morning. This needs to be done. Preparation needs to be made on this case as soon as possible. We hope to get that case before the courts and have the wheels turning when we get ready to kick off the coordinated effort, and we expect this to be shortly after the first of the year. Now, I know that some of you here in this meeting today are in a position to make decisions in behalf of your unions, and it's quite possible that you might want to begin some action prior to the coordinated effort. Now, we've got a lot of campaigns going on in the area. I know that rubber, upholsterers, the carpenters, and several other unions have campaigns at one degree or another in northeast Mississippi already. So those few brief remarks, I'm going to turn it back over to Alan Kessler and let him see what you want to do at this particular time. Alan?
Well, let's get right to work then. I'd like to know whether I know that there are some of you here who are able to provide us with certain information now as to what you are prepared to do, or you can anticipate that you'll be able to do manpower-wise if this campaign gets going after the first of the year. Carl was not proposing we wait till after the first year to finish the preliminaries. He means a full-blown operation. I'd like to know, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I'd like to know for informational purposes, and also to give an opportunity to those who came prepared to make that kind of information available, which unions today can tell us what the extent of manpower commitment they will make. That is, of organizers who will be working in Mississippi on organizing. If you have one now and you intend to keep that one in and not be pulling them out for a campaign in Shreveport, we want to know that so that we can have some idea. We talked yesterday about the ratio of organizers to workers, how many are needed. We'd like to have some idea of what we're starting with so that we know where we have to go to get an adequate ratio. Does anybody want to start off and tell us?
My alphabetical
All right.
order. I've got
Okay.
a copy of the directory here, and we'll start by alphabetical order. International's represented. I believe we have a representative of the aluminum workers present. We call on him at this time.
Mr. Chairman, the aluminum workers were prepared to assign one man full-time after the first of the year, and necessary manpower later on as we get into a campaign. Now, in this questionnaire that we received, we only listed one plant as a key target, which is the Lines Incorporated in Grenada, Mississippi. We've had a couple of pre-campaigns in this plant. There's about 600 hourly people in there. They make hubcaps and aluminum trim for automobiles. And we have run into, in those campaigns, all the things that have been mentioned here in this conference, as far as the community is concerned and the employer. And we would like to get back into this campaign. Our plans have been to get back in and start a campaign on this plant immediately after the first of the year. So we will assign one man full-time after the first of January, and necessary manpower as time goes on.
Good. Now, I'm going to have to ask the people to come to the mic. I'm afraid we didn't pick your remarks up.
Let me check this mic. I believe
Yeah.
it'll pick it up.
Yeah, I said for us not to talk so loud, and then turn up the speakers and pick it up.
Testing, 1, 2. Does that come over the speaker?
Yeah.
This will pick it up,
So,
will pick it up from here.
Yeah, all right, let's ask you to go to that mic then. We don't have anyone from the bakery workers present, I don't believe, do we? Barbers? Boilermakers? Brick and clay? We have received correspondence from this union, and Pelfrey, President Pelfrey himself, had planned to come to the conference, and something came up, and he advised me he wouldn't be able to get here, but there are indications that Brick and Clay will be interested. Bricklayers. Carpenters. Who's going to speak for the carpenters? Brother Parker?
Jeff Parker, Claude. First, Claude, I'd like to congratulate you on the conference. It's been interesting, stimulating, provocative, from my point of view, on the side of the approach used. As far as the commitment, we have considerable activity going on in the state at the present time.
Right.
We have had a great deal of organized work going on in Mississippi. We have had some 3 to 5 organizers in the state of Mississippi for some time. We have 3 in here at the present time on campaign. We have no intention at the moment of pulling these out, but we are in somewhat of a state of flux. The out of Southern office, we cover 11 states, and we don't have excessive manpower. So it may be necessary to shift these people around. We do intend to have 2 or 3 organizers next year. As far as making a definite commitment on manpower at this time, I would be a little reluctant to do this because of the state of flux. But we will cooperate with you. We will work with this cooperative effort. Count on the carpenters, and we'll be counting on you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. First, as he says, the carpenters have several situations going on now, and several other unions do have, and it appears to me that it might be possible to maybe coordinate some of the things we already have going in conjunction with the total effort. Now, you will be in a position at a meeting, say around the middle of December, to make some commitments on certain, in certain respects, will you not?
Yes.
You will attend such a meeting. Right, good. Okay. I'm trying to get him enough. Oh, he's got it here. He's got it.
May I ask you a question, Claude?
Yes.
Originally,
Yeah.
I think it's been mentioned, and it may be because of the fact
Yeah.
that we're going to have another meeting.
Yeah.
Are you prepared to tell us anything about what you would like
Yeah.
to have?
Yes, the financing I referred to would be the money for the lawsuit to bring against the industrial group in Pontotoc. This is something that all of our unions will have an interest in. If the legal department cannot come up with the finances, if we can't get them to agree to file that suit, then the next course of action, in my opinion, would be to call upon our international unions to kick into a kitty, so to speak, to help file a suit. But a suit has to be filed in Northeast Mississippi, and we think this is the best place to start. Yes. We're not talking about now finances for the campaign itself. No, we're talking about legal expenses, yes. Yes. All right, the brewery, boot and shoe workers. Do we have anyone here from that union?
Ramsey, I can't speak for my unit this time. The only thing I can say is I have a campaign going in Fulton, going in Ripon, Northeast Mississippi, and I hope to find out at a later date what we will do with it.
Well, maybe we might be able to get you some help up there. That's what you need, is some more help. All right, brewery workers. Where's Whitey? There he is. By the way, Whitey, the steel workers filed a complaint about the brew in the bottles, but I pointed out to them that the Coke was served in tin cans, so that pacified it. Okay.
Well, Ramsey, I just want
never mentioned Colt's not organized, but that beer is union made. I'm to make a report to our director of organization. We'll participate in the campaigns in Mississippi, but it will be on my report and the determination of the director of organization as to what extent.
You will have someone attend the future meeting
Oh, yeah.
in a position to make commitments.
We'll be in attendance.
Right, good.
Oh, let me just take this opportunity, Brother Ramsey, since we have people from all over the state. I want to remind them that Slits and Jacks is still on the unfair list. Don't buy Slits and Jacks.
Good.
Okay?
Good. Let's see, cement line on the Bradford.
Brother Ramsey, this thing don't seem like it's. Is it working?
Can you raise it up a little bit? That's why you're not close enough to it, I don't.
Get real close to it. The cement lime and gypsum workers, to the best of our knowledge, don't have any people that would come under our jurisdiction. We are very much interested in this cooperative organizing program. We have 3 local unions in Mississippi. We service these local unions, and our service people will be in every month. And if we can help in any way, some other union, we'll be more than glad to do so. So we appreciate
Thank you.
attending this meeting.
Thank you. In other words, cement line's done. Chemical workers. I was going to speak for them. You, Hubert? But I've had some inquiries here. You wasn't here yesterday when I played the speech that Mr. Cooper sent out at Coastal, and we've had some requests for that speech. You don't have any objections to us making it available to the organizers, do you?
I may be able to pick up some additional records from the employees in the plant.
Good. Now, also, we'd like to know where that case is right now. We've had inquiries on this.
Well, the board handed down a decision and recommended that another election be held. But Coleman Lang has appealed it to Washington. As it stands now, we'll raise our hand on it, and we should be getting an answer.
You're waiting on a board decision out of Washington now on whether you get another election. Okay, what can your union do here, Hubert?
Well, we have had from 1 to 5 people for the last 3 years in here. We have reached the point now we've got to try to clean up some of the campaigns that we've lost. But we have had another full-time man hired 2 weeks ago, and there will be 2 of us full-time here, I know. And at what time we need additional help, international pledge to send in temporary help from time to time. I will say this, that we are planning on moving on 2 plants in northeast Mississippi.
Yeah.
As soon as we get out of Greenwood, the headquarters of the Ku Klux Klan work.
Yeah, well, Chemical has been doing quite a bit of organizing in the state. Hubert Mills has probably had as much or more success than anybody I can think of in winning elections. It's like he says, after he wins them, he's still got a problem getting a contract, what have you. But Hubert, I gather then that your union is interested in participating, that you have several staff members here that you'd be interested in trying to coordinate what you're doing with your total effort, right? Okay. Thought I had this thing in alphabetical order, but it's not. Amalgamated Clothing Workers, you're going to speak for them. You, Woody?
That's Curly Vic.
Curly Vic.
Curly.
Yeah.
Well, Ed Blair had to leave early this morning, and he asked me to speak to him. I usually get to do his dirty work. This time, I don't think it's quite as bad as he usually delegates to me.
Yeah.
But we have 4 what I consider permanent organizers working in the state at the present time. We've worked
the AFL-CIO organizers is helping us on a campaign which we consider very important over in Union, Mississippi at the present time. And at this time, I can't speak about money commitments because if you know the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, you don't talk about money too much, you know, because you may get yourself in hot water. But any legal fees, of course, have to be cleared by Jack Shinkman, who was here yesterday. All the money that goes into legal fees is cleared through his department. But I will say that we have submitted a survey sheet. We have lots of objectives in Mississippi. And just a moment to brag a little bit, we have, I think, the largest membership in the state of Mississippi with Brother James Jackson, who is here, who is the joint board manager, and he and his business agents are responsible for some 14 different local unions scattered over the state with over 5,000 members, I understand, something like that. Isn't it right, James?
That's right.
Something like that. And even though we are the largest, we're still not content with that. And we have some objectives. All of those are in this prime target area that you're talking about. And we certainly have some things in Tupelo and Corinth and up in that area that we're interested in because they're in direct competition with some of our shops that we already have organized. And I'm sure that the other international unions have the same purpose we have. I think one thing that I haven't heard here at this organizing conference is that when we assign an organizing staff to a company, and I have in mind the Van Heusen Shirt Company in South Alabama, where I was in the hearing this entire week. We have a twofold purpose there. Of course, one is to organize the workers. The first and most important is to bring those people into the union. And next, of course, is to, by exerting pressure by having organizers on the scene, we have caused this company to give 3 fairly large wage increases. They've increased their hospitalization to the people and also put in a retirement plan. Now this has made Van Heusen Shirt Company more competitive with Arrow and Manhattan and the other companies we've got organized, and it makes us easier to negotiate contracts with Arrow and Manhattan and the other companies. So organizing isn't only just getting out and trying to get someone to sign a union card. So I would like to say that we will continue to cooperate in every way we possibly can, and I believe Ed Blair talked to Bob Storms last night about this about what we can and will do in this respect, and we certainly want to assure you of our cooperation in this matter.
Thank you, buddy. Well, we know that. Frankly, we hope that this effort will help you, you know, a great deal, because you do have a number of shops that need to be organized in the state, especially in this particular area. So you will participate and have someone at the future meeting to make decisions for your union, right? Okay. Again, I thought I had this thing alphabetically. Of course, I got the list that Bob put together that people communicated, made commitments and what have you. So we'll call CWA now. Who speaks? Bill? Bill Stanley, State Director, CWA.
Well, in addition to myself, for the cooperative drive, CWA will commit 1 additional full-time person. We have some campaigns, as you know, underway now. The 1 person is based on if Northeast Mississippi is a target area. We have engaged in a campaign in Northeast Mississippi as well as in the Jackson vicinity, and we'd have 2 additional full-time people other than myself. And then a known figure, but one that might be considered. We also use a philosophy of training local volunteer organizers out of our existing locals. Between now and the first of the year, it's my intent and plans on behalf of CWA in connection with this total cooperative plan in the Northeast Mississippi area to be training volunteer organizers in Corinth, New Albany, Aberdeen, Amory, and Tupelo area who would be available to work with other international unions. not just CWA.
Right.
In connection with legal commitments, I cannot make any. The only way that can come about is for Tom Harris or someone with his organization to work through Executive Vice President Kroll's office and our General Counsel Charlie Coons to get financial commitments. And that is.
Thank you, Bill. So you will participate and you will have someone at the meeting that we anticipate around the middle of December. IUE. Who's going to speak, Ben? Ben Julie from IUE.
Certainly the IUE has a great interest in the state of Mississippi. Not only interest, but we have a great potential here in the state of Mississippi. But we are not in a position this morning to make any commitments. But we will participate in the next conference and when and where it will be set up. And by that time, we hope to be in a position to give you definite commitments as to the manpower that will be sent in here and also as far as the finances are concerned that you talked about.
Good. Thank you, Ben. You will have someone at the next conference that can make a decision, right? All right. IBEW. Who's going to speak for IBEW? As another product of Northeast Mississippi, John Gillespie, he's had a few expenses up there already.
Well, if I might, I'd like to say a few words before I make
Help yourself.
with this Northeast Mississippi. And this is something that I have been looking forward to seeing within the state of Mississippi for years, coordinated effort. Because we've been talking about two areas in and around Jackson and Northeast Mississippi. But when you go to Northeast Mississippi, this is where I was born and raised. And I grew up in what's just been discussed here about the labor movement. But there's one man up there that we're going to have to get rid of before we can make progress. And it's against the law to do what some of us would like to do. And I'm talking about the editor of the paper,
Right.
George McLean.
Right.
When you go to 82 on the south, 15 on the west, to the Alabama line, he controls it. It's his territory.
About 18 counties, if I remember.
And he runs it with an iron hand. But you've been referred to this as the Northeast Mississippi Community Development Foundation. But in that area, the union members refer to it as the Communist Development Foundation, with him at the head. And of course, Johnny Ray was talking about skeletons in the closet. Well, George McLean's not clean either. He's got some. And if we dig deep enough, I know I started it when I was there at Business Now. And if we dig deep enough, he left a university, Tennessee, came in there. And we can find why he left. And I think this will surprise everybody. But as far as the commitments for the IBEW, with the schedule of this meeting, happened to coincide with the expiration date at Westinghouse on a national level. Our director of manufacturing was not able to be here. Well, mediation has our vice president in with Alabama Power Company. So I can't make commitments at this time. But we will participate, and there will be someone here at the next meeting with the authority to make commitments.
Good. Good, John. Do we have anyone here from the furniture workers? I don't believe there's anyone registered from furniture, was there? ILG, I believe we've lost most of our ILG delegation, haven't we? Well, I've been advised already that they would participate and that they will have someone at the next meeting. How about the bottle blowers?
Brother Ramsey, can you hear me from here?
Might be good for you to come to the mic to make sure we get it on the record.
because it thrills the glass bottom blower's heart when we hear glass breaking because we made it. Brother Ramsey.
Give us your name.
Charlie Davis.
Charlie Davis.
Representative glass bottom blowers. I don't have a commitment to make because we're involved in transplanting and revamping our indoor organization as far as section-wise. But being the representative in this area, I can assure this delegation that we will assist you in every way possible to achieve your goal, even though we do not have any organizational campaigns going on in the state of Mississippi at this time. But it is felt by our organization and by this representative that if there ever was a time that organized labor need to come together, it's now. Whether it's in the state of Mississippi or where it might be, you can rest assured that the glass bottom blowers will do everything possible, Brother Ramsey, to assist you.
Thank you. You will have someone at the meeting. Laborers? Who's speaking for the laborers? Brother Marty? Ralph Marty.
Brother Ramsey, as you know, I am not authorized to speak for our international union as I'm a local representative. So therefore, that commitment will have to be made at a later date. However, I can give this commitment from our local standpoint that we are very interested in the program. Just exactly how much manpower we can give, I cannot say, because I have a very small staff. And as you know, in construction, you've got to continually organize to stay on the job, and there's absolutely no way to make a forecast or predict the problems that will be coming up. So, as I say, the International will make its commitment at a later date. Our representative has to lead. And on the local level, surrounding the Jackson area, as far as northeast Louisiana, I have no jurisdiction. But in the Jackson area, I'm very interested.
Thank you. You will have someone at the future meeting that can make a decision for your union.
I'll request
Longshoreman. About
I'm Herbert Williams, International Longshoreman, State University of Gulfport. I cannot make any promises for the international, but I think as most of you know, I'm always available. And we will have someone that represents local unions, like I said, international.
Yeah.
As far as the financing, you know, it's still on that. Just send the bill. Take part of it anyway.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this, Herbert. This, I know, will be of interest to a lot of people here. When we get into this situation, it's going to be necessary from time to time that we have a Negro representative that we can call in a particular situation. You would be available for such an assignment on a few days' notice, provided arrangements were made to take care of your lost wages and expenses and stuff like this, right?
At any time, any place.
Right, good. Good, thank you, Herbert. Now, Teddy Gleason wrote in and said he was going to try to be at this conference himself if he could. But he wasn't able to make it. So I know that ILA will assist as much as they can in this effort. Of course, they've got most of their people organized in Mississippi. For the benefit of those of you who are not too familiar with the state, we have two ports, one in Pascagoula and one in Gulfport, and the longshoremen have both of those ports organized. Machinist, IAM. This gentleman, Vice President Smith, is now in charge of the Mississippi area, right?
Oh, that's right, Mr. Chairman. First, I am interested in finances. The reason why I'm interested in finances, I am the party that we can commit to manpower. But I am not the party to commit any finances. Now, we're talking about, and the only thing that said about finances was for legal fees. Now, I know, and we all know that there are finances connected with
Well, good. You will participate in the next meeting.
Yes, I will.
Good. Now, I think probably it's going to be at the next meeting before we can advise you as to what route we're going to have to take. Now, this, frankly, is what I'd like to do. I'd like to file this suit in the name of the state FFL-CIO instead of out of Washington. Now, I've got several reasons for this, and I think most of you understand it, the reason for it. But the money has to come. We don't have that kind of money, and it's going to cost several thousands of dollars to file this suit. The Universal case, I'm told, cost a total of about $50,000 when it was all over with. But that was the total cost. Now, I don't think this thing will cost that kind of money, but it's going to cost a pretty good hunk. And it might well be that we might have to ask these international unions, maybe on a per capita basis, to prorate the cost of the lawsuit. Now, in the coordinated effort, I'm assuming that when international reps are assigned to this thing, that each international will pay the cost of its own international representative, then that we will be working with the organizing department in our office. We will help every way we can. I don't think there's going to be any great additional cost to the effort. This is my personal opinion. I think the money that we're talking about is for the legal effort. Am I right? Now, the FL-CIO, we don't know what they'll commit themselves. You heard Tom Harris in the meeting yesterday. I wish Tom could have stayed over for this one. But we're going to ask these gentlemen here, Mr. Kessler and Mr. English, when they get back to Washington, to immediately take this thing up with the legal department and let us know as soon as possible what the FL-CIO can do. If the FL-CIO can commit themselves, or that organization, to picking up the total cost, provide the money for us to file a suit, then there will be no additional cost from the international unions. Okay?
Well, Mr. Chairman, my experience has been that in California, each international union contributed a certain amount of money. In the Chicago AFL-CIO campaign, we had to contribute a certain amount of money. Now, I personally cannot find how we are going to have an organizing or successful organizing campaign without finances. Now, when you're talking about legal, I'm talking about other finances that come normally with organizing the unorganized. Now, why kid ourselves? Or if we're talking about a successful campaign, then there must be finances to do certain jobs in an organizing campaign. It's not necessary for me to go into it because we've all organized. And we know what these finances and the expenses are. This is where I'm wondering where the money's coming from.
Let's
Each international pick it up?
Yeah.
For the bills that they're been created? Or how are you going to handle it?
Are you in a position to answer that? Let Mr. Kessler explain this to you. Now, of course, this is our first attempt to put together a coordinated campaign. Some of you have participated in them already, and maybe we can learn by your experience. I'm very much interested in getting the job done, and if we're going to have additional costs, then it's going to have to be put up by the international union. So maybe we ought to spend a few minutes on this now while we're on it.
No, I have deliberately stayed away from the whole question of finances because it is one that sometimes frightens. It's also one that, and sometimes you can't do too much speculating. The Los Angeles organizing program was a pretty high-flown, integrated, large-scale operation that involved the participation of some 62 unions. And it was financed by the international unions at a pretty high level of cost. They paid, there was a formula agreed to by the international union presidents. This applied also to the Baltimore, D.C. organizing campaign. They committed themselves for a period of time, which was around 18 months, to pay into the AFL-CIO a sum of money on a monthly or quarterly basis, which was the equivalent of a certain amount of dollars for every 1,000 of their national membership. For large unions, this amounted to a very substantial sum of money. These are the only. Now, in Los Angeles, that program no longer continues on that basis. The money no longer is coming through the national office and going in. What happened in Los Angeles at the end of the experimental period, because it was a testing program, the unions there asked it to be continued, but that they would arrange for the financing through their own international unions. And so they have reduced the foreign, but they still are contributing monies. Part of the monies that are raised by these voluntary contributions by the international unions that go into Los Angeles is to have a staff of organizers who work on the Los Angeles organizing campaign staff. There are 3, 4, the number varies, sometimes 6. People who are hired locally and who work on the direction of that coordinator. And there's an office with equipment and clerical help and secretarial help, and that goes to pay that. But there are only 2 programs under our authorship, sponsorship, that are operated on that scale of cost. In the Iowa training program, the basic costs were raised by the central labor unions that were contributing. They had an interesting gimmick in Iowa. Their program there was to stress volunteer participation. They wanted local union members to be participating in the organizing program. But they wanted to get interest. They wanted to get participation. So they came up with a plan that, as soon as I mention it, there'll be some snickers about it. It's the trading stamp approach. They set up a program, a giveaway program, in which large numbers of trading stamps were available. And it works something like this. It'll take a minute or 2 to explain it, but I want to make a point that how a program is financed depends pretty much on the type of program it's going to be. In Iowa, the whole emphasis was on volunteer organizing. This means wide-scale participation. So they developed this program where a local union member would turn in a card in which he listed the name of a worker in an unorganized plant with whom he had talked. He pledged himself 1 hour a week. He talked to a worker in an unorganized plant, and he would put his name on the card and where he worked and turn that into his local union. That card then became part of a lottery drawing, which was conducted in the local central labor union. A duplicate of that information was forwarded to the state Iowa AFL-CIO. And on Labor Day, they had, in connection with the state fair, I believe, or maybe their state convention, a drawing, and I think it was 100,000 trading stamps. On the local level, it was 50,000 or 25,000 during their Labor Day affairs. The money to purchase these green stamps was donated and oversubscribed by the central labor unions. Now, the thing about it is, it got people interested in making contacts, in providing the information. So it involved the local union member. It involved the local union. It involved the local central labor union. It involved the state central labor union. And working in close conjunction with the state labor council was our staff, AFL-CIO staff. At the same time this was going on, each central labor union was setting up an organizing committee. And these people, among other jobs, were surveying plant by plant in their area And then, so now you had at the state level these cards that have been submitted by local union members who also were submitting surveys on organizing targets. And these were matched. Contacts, targets. Contacts, targets. And then when the international unions then, who had targets cleared for them, wanted to begin an organizing campaign, they already had a half dozen or a dozen or one lead in that plant that had been provided by the local union members. When that international union rep went into that town, he contacted not the contact first, the worker, but the local union member, didn't have to be of his union, who had talked to that individual. And the thing went on from there. So that there was not a great deal of cost in the Iowa campaign, but the results were phenomenal in Iowa. In other areas, in Columbus, Ohio, for example, the Columbus Central Labor Union furnished a secretary for 6 months and telephone costs for 6 months. And the local unions participating through their international unions picked up a rental cost for 6 months. It's now been extended another 6 months because they're satisfied with the progress that's been made. I mentioned in Maine, the campaign there, which brought in 12,000 out of a projected 14,000 new members, was conducted, I think, with no monies at all, just a commitment of manpower. I don't know what form it will take here. It depends on what's at issue here. I do know that we have the state central body that has already contributed a great deal in terms of manpower, clerical help. We have the AFL-CIO staff, which has already and will continue to make contributions that are the equivalent of investment costs in supplies and manpower and work, and that will continue. As we go along, and we can see what more is involved, I think we can make more firmer commitments. But on terms of literature, there are going to have to be supplies. There may have to be a pro rata assessment agreed upon by the group, but I don't think it will be an extraordinary amount. The basic organizing cost will still remain that of the international union. And the basic manpower commitments are still those of the international unions. I told you last night that we will increase our staff. You've been hearing today of commitments to maintain or increase. I think we ought not to be too worried. I can assure you this. Your union is not going to be confronted with a staggering bill, because you're going to be making the decision as you go along as to just how far and how complicated the program is going to be. I can't give you a dollar and cents. I think we have the resources already available to take care of at least the initial cost. Hasn't cost you a penny for the surveys so far, except in your manpower. It's not going to cost you a penny in volunteer organizing unless you make a mistake of foolishly starting a lost time, paying, in other words, changing your volunteers on a paid basis. If you do that, they're not going to be volunteers. I don't know what else I can say specifically, but it is not going to be anything, Brother Smith, that would compare with the kind of financial commitments that Los Angeles represented. Nothing in the least like it.
I think that probably at the next meeting that we will have something more concrete that as far as cost is concerned. Now, I can advise you of this, that my secretary has already advised me that she thinks she's overloaded, and if this goes into a big operation, that might be necessary to have some more clerical help. So we might want some financial assistance before it's over with. I had to get that one in for you. we getting ready to negotiate with her too, you know. She's got her office, her business agent up here with her now. Let's see, Maritime Union, do we have any here from NMU? Meat cutters.
This time to make any commitment.
For the record, your name and position.
Roy Shari, International Vice President, Director for the Southeastern part of the United States. I will be ready after I have a chance to look over the survey and send it in to you, and I'll be ready for the next meeting.
Good. You will participate?
Yes, sir.
Right. All right, office workers. Here he is, Brother Robbins. He represents her.
Today I am sitting in for the International Union. I'm not in a position to make any commitment for the International Union. Other than the fact that I was instructed to tell you that any coordinated effort that was made in Mississippi by our International Union did want to fully participate and with the furnished manpower and necessary training.
Good. So you will be in a position and will attend the next meeting. Will be in a position, someone will from your union to participate, right? And I might say, while you're here, I want you to see these two gentlemen at the end, Robert Woodson and Mr. Fitzhugh, before you leave. There's a possibility some of the clerical people out where they work might be interested in doing something. I talked with a person down there the other night. OCEW, are they represented? No. Packing House? No. Painters?
Stowing, Planners International Union. First, let me say that, speaking for the planners, we're very much interested in the type of program that you're talking about here. But neither Vice President Fritz or myself, for some reason, knew of the survey that was conducted, therefore we have no targets set as of now. But we plan within the next several weeks to conduct a survey, and we do plan to present the committee with some targets that we have in mind and have had in mind for some time. We have a number of large organizing campaigns going on now in the southern area, some 6 or 7, I think, with, we have some new people going on the staff. We're trying to find various ways to finance these programs. We're subsidizing local unions, we're hiring local people. But we will have to take this back to the executive board and make a report on it. But we're very much interested in it, and we will come back prepared at the next meeting to make a commitment as to finances and manpower and participate in the program.
Good. Paper makers. State your name, rank, and serial number.
Jack Isaac, representative of the Papermakers Union. Lord, I'm not in a position of authority to make any commitments for the Papermakers Union at this time. Being a papermaker yourself, you can understand the organizational procedures. However, this union has participated in your coordinated drives in the past. We have always furnished manpower, and I feel confident that at the next meeting we have, which we will participate in, that we will have someone here who will be in a position of authority to make certain commitments to this concerted drive. And we are interested in it, and I feel confident that we will participate in it fully.
Good. I think that this is true because Warren Wood was here. I think that, well, as a matter of fact, I talked to Paul Phillips a little bit about this, and I know that the papermakers are interested. Public Sulphite.
Brother Randy, this is Sherwood Ruddick, I'm a representative of the Club Workers. I don't have the authority to make a commitment here this morning, Lord, but I can tell you I'll take this back to the proper authority, and I feel sure that the next meeting we'll have somebody that can make the commitment.
Thank you. You are interested, right? Well, I'm sure that you will participate. Of course, a lot of people, we knew this, a lot of people wasn't going to be in a position. Now, what I hope that we can do here, that all of you that are in attendance representing a particular union, that you will take it upon yourself to discuss this with the proper people in your union. We sent out communications to the presidents of the International Union requesting that they have people here at the meeting, and apparently some of those international unions did not refer the communication back to the proper people, and this is probably what happened in your case, Fritz.
Yeah, everything except the survey. I got every letter.
You did? Uh-huh. But you will be ready anyhow, the next one. You will. All right.
I came ready.
You came ready. Retail clerks.
Dwayne Kerman, business representative for the Retail Clerks International Association. We're in no position at this time to commit manpower or money. We will have representation at the next meeting. I would like to say something, Brother Ramsey, concerning the Northeast Mississippi area. We have members that are organized there within the Kroger Company and the National Food and Farm. We have an educational program set up at the present time, and if you would submit our interest to the unions participating in this area, our members would be more than happy to work with them. They may know some of these people and assist them in these organizing campaigns.
Good. You will be at the next meeting. Right. RWDSU, retail wholesale. Rubber workers. Who's going to speak for rubber? They don't have a fight now as who's going to speak.
Ray Allen of the United Rubber Workers. We're not committed, Ray Smith or myself, to commit any definite manpower or money. But we are interested in the joint effort, and we feel sure that we will participate in the next meeting. We have a meeting in Memphis this next week, and we're going to discuss it with our international president. Our staff is kind of divided into two sections, organization and service. We have one man, Ray Smith, primarily an organizer in the state, has been ever since he's been on the staff, and I feel sure will continue, and I think maybe we might have two more that we can have in and out. But I feel sure that we will be participating, and commitments will be made at the next meeting.
Good. Yeah, well, I think Ray probably, what he's looking for is some help, right, Ray? He's been fighting that thing up there too, along with Johnny Ray. He's had his baptism of fire already. Sheet metal. We had a gentleman here from sheet metal. Did he? He had to leave. Well, they have already indicated their desire to participate. Yes. Steel workers. We have a member of Steel here, but Steel will participate. We're reasonably sure because they do have several situations in the state already. Yes. Yes. We think that Steel will participate. Does the teachers have anyone present? Textile. Yes. 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 Yes, good. Well, I talked with him personally myself and explained to him what we were going to have to do, and he did say that they were interested and would participate. Upholsters.
Start with all of the upholsters. As you have heard, since this meeting started here, you probably have an idea we're already involved in Mississippi. At this time, we have 3 men committed full-time here, and as of now, they're committed to this program. We have
Good. Thank you. I guess you'll probably like Ray Smith, or Johnny Ray's looking for some help. Very much interested in this coordinated program. How about woodworkers? IWA.
W.H. Coleman, representative of woodworkers, time in the state of Mississippi. Oh, there's nobody here from Iron National Union with a commitment. We have several organizers that work in and out of the state of Mississippi. We have participated in a number of these types of programs. An effort will be made to have somebody with authority to make commitments at the next meeting.
Good. Now, have I missed anybody? I went over the list that we have here. Have I missed any international union that's got a representative present? Apparently not. Now, you want me to see if we can set the date for that other meeting? Okay. Now, the next thing that we want to try to do is to reach an agreement on the meeting date for that next meeting we're talking about. And we have considered the date of December the 15th and probably 16th. Would all of you check your calendars and see if that date we have any conflicts, especially the key people in the unions that are going to have to be making decisions. No, that's not a weekend. That's a Thursday and a Friday. See if we can get agreement on that. A meeting in this hotel. And this meeting, we hope to have about 33 or 4 people here to make decisions, and then we're going to probably want to call a meeting such as this after we get the plans and ready to go, to let you know and bring everybody up to date as to when we're going to kick off and everything. But in this particular meeting, this is going to be a real working session, because we're going to have to get agreement on jurisdiction. We're going to have to find out who's going to commit what, and we can't do it in a meeting this big. So we'll call this meeting the working session, and when the plans are complete, then we hope to call a meeting such as this around the first of the year when we kick it off, where everybody will be fully informed. Yeah, we thought about it. We kicked it around. It is fairly close to Christmas. He raised the question that we thought about it being close to Christmas. Now, this is something for you folks to decide, keeping in mind that it's going to be a small meeting. We won't be calling it a big meeting. Does anyone here see anything wrong with the dates of the 15th and 16th of December? Then is it agreeable that this meeting will be called on the 15th and 16th of December? And it's agreeable that those of you present will communicate with your international union, and we, of course, will do the same thing, but it's going to help a lot if you'll communicate with your own international yourself. Well, it appears to me that we've accomplished most that we came here for, this particular meeting. We've got the TV to draw yet. I guess I need to make an inquiry of the people up here. Do we have anything else that you know of that we need to bring up before this meeting?
Yeah, can I just briefly summarize what we've accomplished here today so that you know? I think this is the consensus of the meeting, has been indicated, at least as I interpret it. One, that there is a commitment to institute a Mississippi state organizing program to be coordinated by Assistant Regional Director Bob Starnes. And while the scope of the drive is statewide, the initial emphasis will be on those 2 areas, the northeast section and the circular perimeter around Jackson. And the unions here have indicated their intention to participate, and as many of them have made some manpower commitment. I don't know whether you realize the number of and the extent of the manpower commitments has already been made here. If you were keeping a list, it's impressive. there be compiled a complete inventory of existing labor resources throughout the state, plotting every local union, its membership, its facilities, meeting halls. At the employment information on the state fair visiting cards be extracted and combined with the target information. At the coordinator and his designees, that is the staff of the AFL-CIO and whoever of international unions and state county, the state fed who are in a position. Attend subsequent meetings of each central labor union, those two major target areas, to help them set up or revitalize, depending which is the case, an organizing committee on a local basis of volunteers to lay the groundwork for a systematic training program for volunteers. And to me, one of the most encouraging things about this commitment section of the program was the statements made by local union people that their local union members would be participating on a volunteer basis. It seems to me this is a real secret for success in Mississippi. That a meeting be scheduled no later than mid-December, and it has been, at which international union representatives having authority to commit their unions and binding decisions as to not jurisdictional determination, but target clearance be held, that has been agreed to. That training programs be scheduled not only for volunteers, but for present organizers. There's no organizer on our staff, and there's no organizer on your staff who cannot benefit from a refresher course in organizing technique. That's 8 specific, concrete commitments that have been made at this meeting, and I think that all present should be congratulated for that.
Chairman, may I ask a question? Yes. It's very necessary to have available meeting halls at a moment's notice in these places. A lot of us have folks at their own buildings. I already have 2, unfortunately, in the state. But maybe we could come back here prepared to say that these buildings are available for meeting halls, except for the nights they're rented at least, at nominal or no charge.
Right. Well, one of the problems in northeast Mississippi. Yeah. Well, this is one of the problems in the area, and I think we all thinking about northeast Mississippi, and this is a place that they're not to crack. I think this is what the target area, so to speak. One of the problems in that area, of course, is the absence of meeting places, but we are fortunate enough to have in the city of Tupelo a local union, John Gillespie's home local, who has a hall, and I feel reasonably sure that that building will be made available, and that union will cooperate. They always have. They are now. I think Johnny Ray's even in the building now, aren't you, Johnny? Aren't you in the building there with that group? Now, up in Corinth, situation is about the same. IBEW has a place there, and I know we've got at least 2 places that arrangements can be made for meetings in northeast Mississippi. That's one of our major problems there is the absence of unions, if you understand. But we can have this information also at the next meeting. Before we have the drawing for the TV, I'm going to ask Secretary Knight. He said he had a few words he'd like to say before we adjourn. Tom?
I know you're hungry, but you ain't got anything on me. I'm starved. I'm not going to take but just a minute of your time. I've been tremendously encouraged and impressed by the attendance and the response and interest shown here. And certainly we're grateful to you people who have come and shown your interest in the labor movement in Mississippi. There's one thing that I don't think's been mentioned here. Unfortunately, I've had to be out of the meeting room most of the time, chasing first one place and the other, and first one person and the other. I don't think this business of affiliation has been mentioned. Now, you might say, well, we came here to talk about organizing. Well, I submit to you that we can't talk about a thing in the world in the labor movement in this state or in any other state in this country without this business of affiliation with the state and local central bodies enters into it. Because to me, it's the guts of the whole business.
I didn't get up here this morning to call any names or to point any fingers. Something was said about expenses at the state council level. I think President Ramsey would agree that if we had the affiliation of the local unions in this state this morning, then we wouldn't have no trouble paying the secretary who's sitting over here working on overtime now. It's sad, but it's true that we have about 40% of the AFL-CIO local unions in the state of Mississippi this morning affiliated and paying per capita tax to the state AFL-CIO. Now, in this effort that we've talked about here, this organizing effort, communication between the various locals, between the local union officers, the central bodies and the state council, it's not what it ought to be for one reason, and that is the local unions are not affiliated with the state council or the central body. We have no names and addresses. Our office on numerous occasions have written to the officers of all of those locals in the state that are not affiliated. We've sent copies to the representatives on some occasions. We've never received a reply from most of them. We've offered ourselves to go into these local union meetings and to talk to them about the state organization, about the central body. I've made meetings, President Ramsey has, our other board members have been accompanied by the presidents of the various central bodies. We've talked to these locals about the importance of being affiliated and participating. The fact that if they're affiliated, then we've got their membership in our files. We can communicate with them in organizing situations, in political campaigns. My friends, our success has been rather poor up to this point. Now, this is definitely going to be detrimental to this effort that is the guts of the labor movement in Mississippi. This effort that's near and dear to all of us, that's brought you international union officials, Director Kessler, Regional Director Williams, the staff, all here today to talk about something, to try to get the unorganized workers organized. Well, we don't have them, we've got organized in the manner in which they ought to be organized. So let me plead with you, in all the sincerity that I have in this carcass of mine, and I have affiliation blanks available here now, to please impress on the leadership of the local union the fact that they haven't yet gotten all the way into the mainstream and into the main life and blood of this labor movement until they have affiliated with the central body in their area and with the state AFL-CIO, my friend. We come back to this problem. At any meeting, any subject on which we attempt to talk, we come back to this. This is a detriment to all of us, not just one or two, but to every single one of us. So may I again urge upon you and humbly ask your cooperation, your help in trying to impress upon these people in these local unions the importance of participating all the way in the labor movement. While this is going on, while we have a number of different groups going their own way, the business community is laughing up their sleeves about the fact that we just can't seem to get all of our marbles in the same sack at the same time, and this is true. We know this. So, my friends, this is important, and it's going to have an effect on this very thing that we're talking about. And I would hope that as we move with this project, and I think we will, that in every local union, new group that's organized, regardless of the organization that has jurisdiction and takes over to set up a local, I would hope that you would instill into the minds of those people, then and there, not next week, but then and there, the fact that they have a duty and an obligation under their charter and their constitution to become affiliated with was that the state organization's executive board was controlled by people from the opposite organization before the merger, and they didn't want to have anything to do with it. By the same token, I know of another organization that's opposed to being a part of the state organization because they say vice versa, that the executive board, the officers of the council, is controlled by the other old organization. Now that's for the birds, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for your attention very much, and I can tell you, in addition to what President Ramsey's already told, that we're going to give you everything we've got in this effort to organize the unorganized. But again, let me beg you for your cooperation and your capacity to get these people that are not affiliated, and let's get in a position to do the job in a manner in which it's got to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Knight, for those very pertinent remarks, Brother Parker.
I'd like to thank the Newberry. There's been some reference to finances. My
Yes.
question is, would you expect commitment on finances at the next meeting?
We hope that you're in a position to make a commitment if it's necessary. We don't anticipate any great deal of cost other than the legal cost. Now, if we have to put on an additional secretary in our office, which we might well have to do to handle a lot of stuff, then this would be additional cost. We wouldn't be able to pick it up.
The reason I asked the question, Claude, I don't know if I'll be at the meeting with George to make a commitment. I didn't want to come on the false pretense.
Yes.
We have to have some idea submitted to the House of League.
Yeah.
And if we can do that in advance, this might help.
Well, let me tell you, Brother Parker, what we'll try to do. What we'll try to do is to make a determination as soon as possible, as soon as we can find out, for instance, about the legal costs, whether the FLCL can pick it up or not. And of course, we're going to have to do some more work in preparation for the program, and make a determination, for instance, will we need additional secretarial help? Is the campaign going to be run out of our office? Is Bob Starnes going to run it from here? If he is, then he's going to have some help. I don't think that there's any question but what there's going to have to be another secretary involved. If you set up an office in northeast Mississippi, then there's going to be some additional costs. There's no question about this. But all of these things are yet to be determined, and we hope to have that information for you at that meeting, and if possible, relay it to you before we call you in here on the 15th, 16th. We'll try to have this ready for you as soon as possible. We have anyone else? Brother Pounder said he'd like to make an announcement. He's president of the Central Body over at Columbus, and this is in the northeast section.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to say to any organizing campaign in that area, we have about 3 union halls over there. The doors stand wide open to you without any cost to you. We have typewriters in those offices. In my little office, we do have it air conditioned. If it's in the summertime, you're welcome to it. And last of all, I would like to say we are working on our locals in that area to get them reaffiliated with the Center for Labor, and we're making some progress. 2, we're in process of possibility of having a Labor Day parade next year. We will be passing news through the state office, and it will be passed on out to you if it is materialized. We hope to do so. We did this one time, we got a lot of recognition from it. Again, let me say that any organization campaign around in the area of Columbus, Aberdeen, in that vicinity, our union halls are open to organize a campaign.
Thank you, Brother Pounders. Now, we have invited, as you know, the Central Body people to come attend this conference. We've got several of them in attendance. Brother E.V. Edwards, who is president of the Tupelo Central Labor Council, called me, advised me of sickness in his family, that he would not be able to attend the conference, but wanted me to assure you of their full cooperation. This is the Tupelo Labor Council, Brother Dees, who was here earlier, president of the Corinth Central Labor Council, has advised me to relate the same information on to you. We do have a representative from the Greenville Central Labor Council present. Would you stand up? Let them take note.
Bill, Claude, I have access to the Central Labor Hall there.
You want to get over and get on the mic, tell them who you are, and
Greenville and president of the Central Labor Council there. Our hall there will be available, and also active steelworkers labor hall, which is larger, that we have leased, and it will be available. We have over 1,000 union members in Greenville, but we still have 3,000 unorganized workers in Greenville.
thank you. Brother Clark, president of the Meridian Labor Council, is sitting in the back there. You've heard a little from him before. Would you like to have another word to say, Brother Clark? Meridian's not in the northeastern part of the state, but it is in this second target area that we talked about in the 100-mile radius, so to speak, of Jackson.
Claude, be a little bit reluctant to say this, but in organizing some of the Meridian, we got plenty of union space over there. Our chief of police is a union member, and our sheriff's a union member, so we don't anticipate any problem with the departments there. In Meridian, we have, at least get to City Hall for them if they want. Any of them want to holler, we'll take care of it.
Good, thank you, Brother Clark. Let's see, who else do we have? Central Body Presidents. Brother Pilot, the back president of the Hattiesburg Central Body. Would you like to say a word, Bill?
I'm the president of Hattiesburg Central Labor Council. I'd like to say, Mr. Chairman, that any of the organizers coming to the Hattiesburg area be glad to do anything and cooperate with us in any manner or form. We do ask that if they concern any kind of drive in our particular area, that I would appreciate it if they would contact me to that effect so that I might be able to know or answer any questions that may arise pertaining to any organizing effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Do we have any other Central Bodies representatives who would like to say a word? Brother Robbins, who is here representing his International Union, is an officer of the Jackson County Central Labor Council, but that county don't have much that's not organized. Maybe he might want to invite you down to work on some of those that are still left around.
Vice President of the Central Body in Jackson County. We do have plenty of halls there available on minute's notice, and I can assure you the cooperation 100% in any effort there. We do have a few instances of needs organization, such as the chemical workers, I believe that's the coastal chemical, and this week is very just with Owen Cook. We have the dairy mill there, and also BDD plant, major plants, and Standard Oil. But you will receive full cooperation in all the meetings, places available here at the moment.
Thank you, Brother Robbins. Do we have any other Central Body officers that'd like to have a word to say? Anyone else before we draw for the TV? Anyone present like to have a word to say before we draw the TV and adjourn? Oh.
Just ask if there's anyone here from the Clarksdale or Webb area, and if there's a hall in that area available, we can find a place to meet. And,
We have anyone present from the Clarksdale area? I don't believe there's anyone come down from that Central Body.
summer, an election set up for the 30th of November. We haven't been able to get a meeting with him.
The rubber worker has an old building there that they call home.
Whereabouts? You might talk with him at the end of the meeting here, and he might help you. Ray Allen, the rubber workers. Anyone else? Any announcements? Are we ready for the drawing? Who's got the stuff? Who's got the sack? Well, my secretary has refused to reach in and get the ticket, so we're gonna ask this young lady to come up and do it. She says she wants somebody to draw her name. Well, Upton? I tell you what my secretary is going to do. She's going to learn to quit talking to people like you. Okay, here we are.
Thank you very much, Brother Ramsey. I'm James Winstead, to you fellows who've come in late, and we offer you to my knowledge, the only individual plan to bug your insurance program. Now, we're far ahead on our schedule, but we do hope we can get by to see you at some future date. As a member of organized labor, I would like to shake up all these names, and I hope I get yours.
They will have to be present.
They will have to be present.
If we draw somebody that's already left, then we draw again.
I would like to say that I thought that our lawyer yesterday was the #1 actor speaker we had in this convention. And I thought that until just a few moments ago. But when Mr. Tom Knight got up here, I changed my opinion. Sure did. Boy, you put the keynote on this thing. So help me. I'd like to have the privilege of having Brother Upton here, who's had individual coverage of me for some, I imagine, about 3 years, to read this name after this fine lady draws it out. Is that enough? All right, now they're shooken up now. All right, close. All right, Brother Upton.
James C. Williams, Route 5, Corinth, Mississippi.
Is he here?
Wilburn.
Is it
It's Williams.
Is your phone number 286-9098? My.
You put an extra I over on the side.
That's the man. Come on.
Go around and get it and make us a sweet. United Rubber Workers.
Give him a good hand.
Well,